Chapter 1. The last stand wasn't much, but it was hers. Well, Wren Cade's anyway. Glory wiped down the bar counter, her rag catching on the cracks where decades of spilled whiskey had eaten into the wood. 5 years of answering to a new name, and sometimes she still hesitated when someone called for Wren. "Beer's warm again," a regular complained, pushing his glass forward. "Kind of day when warm beer's your biggest problem is a good day, Mac." She grabbed the glass, replaced it with a colder one from the ancient fridge. The desert heat made keeping anything cool a constant battle. The door swung open, letting in a blast of scorching air and the rumble of motorcycles. Glory's eyes flicked to the entrance, an old habit she couldn't shake. Always watching doors. Always counting exits. 6 men entered, leather cuts bearing patches she recognized immediately. The Devil's Wreck MC. They moved like they owned every inch of ground their boots touched. Her pulse quickened as she reached for glasses. Just business. Just another night. Until she saw him. 6'2" of muscle and menace, dark hair longer than she remembered, jaw harder, eyes colder. A jagged scar bisected his right eyebrow now, but she'd know that face in her sleep, in her grave. Knox Wilder. The boy who'd loved her like breathing when they were 17. The man who'd vanished the night she needed him most. Glory's fingers went numb around the glass she was holding. 8 years. 8 years since she'd seen him, and now he was here in her bar, looking nothing like the boy she'd known and everything like the man she'd always feared he'd become. His eyes swept the bar like a predator's, missing nothing, landing on her with the weight of a physical blow. No recognition. Just the cool assessment of a stranger. "What can I get you?" She kept her voice low, rough, nothing like the breathless girl she'd been when she knew him. "Whiskey. The good stuff, not the paint thinner." His voice was deeper, gravel over steel, but unmistakably his. She poured without looking up, sliding the glass across the scarred wood. His fingers brushed hers as he took it. She jerked back as if burned. "You all right there, darlin'?" One corner of his mouth ticked up, not quite a smile, but close enough to make her stomach drop. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Long day." She turned to serve another of his crew. "What's your name?" he asked her back. She froze, just for a heartbeat. "Wren." "Wren," he repeated, testing it. "You look familiar. I've got that kind of face." She shrugged, reaching for another bottle, grateful her hands didn't shake. "You passing through or staying around?" "Depends what's worth staying for." His eyes never left her face. For 2 hours, she moved between customers, hyper-aware of his presence. He nursed his drinks, watched her, talked with his crew. Twice she caught him staring with that puzzled look, like trying to place a half-remembered song. "Another round for your boys?" she asked, stopping at his table. Knox leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "You ever been to River's Edge?" "Little town about 3 hours north." Glory's heart stopped. "Their hometown." "Can't say I have." "Weird. Could swear I've seen you before." "Maybe in another life," she said, the words out before she could stop them. Something sparked in his eyes. "Maybe." By closing time, most of the crew had stumbled out to crash at whatever motel they'd found. Only Knox remained, nursing a final drink at the bar. "Need help closing up?" he asked. "I've got it." She wiped down the last of the tables, her back to him. "Those your wheels outside? That beat-up Jeep?" "It runs. Most days." "Not the safest ride for a woman alone out here." "I manage." She turned to face him. "Look, it's late." "Give me your number," he said, cutting her off. "In case I think of where I know you from." The audacity nearly made her laugh. "Nearly. I don't think so." "Afraid I'll call?" "Afraid you won't," she countered, the old rhythms of their banter suddenly, painfully familiar. His smile was slow, dangerous. "Oh, I'll call." He took out a napkin, scrawled something on it, and pushed it across the bar. "Mine, then." "Ball's in your court, Wren, who looks familiar." When he was gone, Glory locked the door behind him, her heart hammering against her ribs. She collapsed against the wall, letting out a breath she felt like she'd been holding for 8 years. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Unknown number. Glory opened the message, expecting Knox somehow. Instead, a photo filled her screen, taken from outside the window. Her behind the bar. Tonight. Her face clearly visible as she looked at Knox. Text beneath. Still hiding, baby? Cashion. The phone slipped from her fingers, clattering to the floor. Glory slid down the wall until she hit the ground, knees to her chest, the taste of ash filling her mouth. He'd found her. Again. Chapter 2. Glory didn't sleep that night. The photo Cashion had sent burned in her mind like a brand. She sat on her trailer's narrow bed, knees pulled to her chest, watching shadows stretch across the wall as dawn broke. 5 years of running. 5 years of looking over her shoulder. She'd almost started to believe she was free. Her fingers traced the scar above her eyebrow, a thin white line hidden under carefully applied makeup. The first time he'd hit her had been at a charity gala. He'd smiled through it afterward, straightening her pearl necklace while she tasted blood. You embarrass me in front of the governor, Glory. What choice did I give you? A knock at her door made her jump. Heart hammering, she reached for the baseball bat beside her bed, inching toward the window. Just Lena, the bar's cook, with coffee and concern written across her weathered face. You look like hell warmed over, Lena said, pushing past her into the cramped trailer. Thought you might need this. She set down a thermos and eyed Glory's rumpled clothes. You didn't sleep at all, did you? Glory shrugged, accepting the coffee. Rough night. Those bikers? Lena folded her arms. The big one with the scar was watching you like a hawk. Knox. Even thinking his name hurt. Nothing I can't handle. Lena raised an eyebrow but didn't push. Well, shower and eat something. You've got that liquor delivery coming at noon. After Lena left, Glory peeled off yesterday's clothes and stood under the shower's lukewarm spray, trying to wash away memories that clung like cigarette smoke. The summer she was 17. Knox's motorcycle. His hands, gentle on her face, as they hid from the world in the quarry outside town. His promises. His betrayal. Then Cashion. Harvard-educated, heir to a real estate empire, with a smile that promised safety. How quickly the mask had slipped after the honeymoon. You need to understand something, Glory. I own you now. Every inch. Glory closed her eyes, the water mixing with tears she refused to acknowledge. The weight of his wedding ring, like a collar around her finger. The slow isolation as he cut her off from friends, from family. The careful bruises where no one would see. Until the night he'd gone too far. Glory shut off the water with shaking hands. She couldn't think about that night. Not now. Not with Knox suddenly back and Cashion circling like a shark that had tasted blood. By evening, the last stand hummed with the usual crowd of locals and truckers passing through. Glory moved between tables on autopilot, her eyes constantly flicking to the door, waiting for leather cuts and rumbling engines. They arrived just after 9. Knox entered first, his crew following like shadows. His eyes found her immediately, as if he'd walked in looking for her specifically. Glory busied herself behind the bar, ignoring the weight of his stare until he slid onto a stool directly in front of her. Evening, Wren, he said, rolling her fake name across his tongue like he was testing it for lies. What'll it be tonight? Her voice remained steady, professional. Same as yesterday. The good stuff. He leaned forward, elbows on the bar. Thought about you last night. That's so. She poured his whiskey, careful to avoid his fingers as she pushed it across. Still can't shake the feeling we've met. Glory's heart skipped. Maybe I remind you of someone. Maybe. His eyes narrowed. How long you been working here? Few years. She turned to serve another customer, but felt his gaze follow her. Throughout the night, he stayed at the bar. Watching. Waiting. As if he had all the time in the world to unravel her secrets. Just before midnight, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Another text. She'd been expecting it all day. She slipped into the back office to check it, hands trembling. A photo of her trailer. Her curtains drawn. Shadows moving behind them. He had been in her home. The second message arrived seconds later. I saved something for you, baby. Check your mailbox when you get home. See. Glory's throat closed. A cold sweat broke across her skin. When she returned to the bar, Knox was watching her, his expression hardening at whatever he saw on her face. "You all right?" he asked, voice dropping low enough that only she could hear. "Fine." She wiped her clammy palms on her jeans. "Just tired." "Bullshit," he said mildly. "You look terrified." "I'm not." "Your hands are shaking." Glory clenched her fists at her sides. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" "Not at the moment." His eyes never left hers. "Someone bothering you, Wren?" The sound of her fake name in his mouth steadied her. Reminded her who she was supposed to be. Who she could never be again. "I can handle my own problems." Knox's smile was slow, dangerous. "Never said you couldn't. But sometimes problems need more permanent solutions." He slid off the stool, towering over her. "If you need anything, and I mean anything, the Devil's Wreck is staying at the Desert Palms Motel. Room 108. After closing, Glory sat in her Jeep for 20 minutes, key in the ignition, unable to turn it. The thought of going home, of what might be waiting in her mailbox, froze the blood in her veins. Finally, she drove, headlights cutting through the darkness of the desert night. Her trailer sat just as she'd left it, windows dark, door locked. The small metal mailbox at the end of her dirt driveway looked innocent enough in the moonlight. She approached it slowly, as if it might bite. Inside was a small padded envelope. No postmark. Hand-delivered. Glory carried it inside, set it on her kitchen counter, and stared at it. Her name, her real name, was written across the front in Cashion's elegant script. With shaking fingers, she tore it open. Inside was a crystal wine glass. At the bottom, nestled in shards of red-stained tissue paper, lay her wedding ring, the one she'd left behind the night she ran. The platinum band gleamed under her kitchen light, the massive diamond catching fire. The glass itself was smeared with something dark. Blood. The memory rushed back like a flood, Cashion's hands around her throat, the wine glass she'd broken against his temple, blood pouring down his face as she fled into the night, leaving behind everything but her life. Glory barely made it to the trash can before she vomited, her entire body heaving with revulsion. When there was nothing left, she sank to the floor, back against the cabinets. He was coming for her. And Knox was watching her with eyes that seemed to remember more than his mind admitted. She was trapped between her past and her ghost, with nowhere left to run. Chapter 3. The Devil's Wreck had been at the last stand every night for a week. Glory learned their patterns, their drinks, their names. Dice, the club president with silver at his temples. Riggs, barely old enough to drink, but with eyes like he'd seen war.
Pike, covered in tattoos and rarely speaking.
And Knox, always watching, always too close. Tonight, he sat at the corner of the bar, nursing the same whiskey for 2 hours, his eyes following her every move. "You're scaring away my customers," Glory said, wiping down the counter near him. "Am I?" His mouth curved. Not quite a smile. "Thought I was bringing in business." He wasn't wrong. Word had spread about the MC's presence, bringing in curious locals and rival clubs testing boundaries. The last stand had never been so profitable. "Why are you still here?" she asked, keeping her voice low. "What's the Devil's Wreck want with this town?" Knox leaned forward. "Maybe it's not the town I'm interested in." Her pulse quickened. "Don't waste your time." Never been accused of wasting anything, Darla. The old endearment sliced through her. Had he used it on purpose? Did he remember more than he let on? Glory moved away, busying herself with inventory. Anything to escape those eyes that seemed to strip away her disguise layer by layer. When she looked up again, a woman had taken the seat beside Knox. Platinum blonde, tight dress, hand on his arm. The woman laughed at something he said, tossing her hair over one shoulder. Glory froze, a bottle suspended in midair as she watched Knox lean closer to the blonde, whispering something that made her giggle again. She slammed the bottle down harder than necessary, drawing stares. "Problem?" Knox called, eyebrow raised. "Lost my grip," she muttered. He excused himself from the blonde and made his way to Glory's end of the bar. "You look like you want to hit something." "Maybe someone." His grin widened. "Who pissed in your whiskey, Wren?" Nobody. She grabbed a rag, attacking an already clean spot. I just don't like messes in my bar. What mess? You. The word escaped before she could stop it. You're whatever that is. She jerked her chin toward the blonde. Knox's eyes narrowed, something dangerous and pleased flickering behind them. Do I detect a note of jealousy? You detect a note of someone who doesn't want drunk hookups in her bathroom. He leaned across the bar, close enough that she caught his scent, leather and engine oil, and something uniquely him that hadn't changed in 8 years. What makes you think I'd settle for a bathroom when I've got a perfectly good motel room? His voice dropped to a growl. Unless you're offering better accommodations. Heat flooded her cheeks. In your dreams, Wilder. As soon as his last name left her lips, she froze. Knox's expression sharpened, predatory. I don't recall mentioning my last name. Glory scrambled to recover. Your friend Dice said it yesterday. Did he? Knox's eyes never left hers. Funny, I don't remember that. Well, I do. She grabbed a tray of clean glasses, desperate to escape. Excuse me. She fled to the back room, heart hammering against her ribs. Stupid, stupid, stupid. 8 years of running, 5 years of a new identity, all risked because she couldn't control her jealousy. When she returned, Knox was back with the blonde, but his eyes found Glory instantly. He raised his glass in a silent toast, a challenge in his gaze. Glory couldn't look away. For one moment, time seemed to fold back on itself. She saw the boy he'd been. Wild hair, laughing eyes, a softness to his mouth that had disappeared somewhere along the road to becoming the hard man before her.
What happened to you? She wanted to ask.
What turned you into this? But she knew. She'd left. She'd disappeared, letting him think she'd chosen Cashion, the rich college boy with the bright future. If Knox ever discovered who she really was, he'd hate her even more than he already did. Later, after last call, Knox lingered again. The blonde had left hours ago, apparently having failed to hold his interest. Need a ride home? He asked, watching Glory count the register. I have my Jeep. Figured I'd offer anyway. He swirled the last of his whiskey. Been thinking about what you said earlier. What's that? About me being a mess. He set his glass down carefully. You're right. I am. Something in his tone made her look up. The armor had slipped, just for a second, revealing a glimpse of raw pain beneath. We all are, she said softly. Some just hide it better. His eyes locked with hers. Is that what you're doing, Wren? Hiding? She looked away first. I don't know what you mean. Sure you do. He stood, dropping cash on the counter. We all run from something. Question is, what's chasing you? Nothing. The lie tasted bitter. Darlin', I've known enough women on the run to recognize the signs. He stepped closer. Your eyes always check the exits. You flinch at loud noises. And you're too damn good at lying. I'm not. Save it. He caught her wrist as she reached for his empty glass, his thumb brushing her pulse point. I'm not asking for your story. Just don't insult me by pretending there isn't one. Heat radiated from where he touched her, spiraling up her arm, making her dizzy with memory and want. Knox. His name escaped as a whisper. Something flared in his eyes. Recognition? Desire? He leaned in, and for one wild moment, she thought he might kiss her. Instead, he released her wrist. Good night, Wren. Lock up tight. She watched him walk away, his broad shoulders filling the doorframe before the night swallowed him. Outside, a sleek black sedan idled across the street. As Knox's motorcycle roared to life, the sedan's headlights flashed once before it pulled away from the curb, trailing the biker at a discreet distance. Glory's blood ran cold.
The bar phone rang, making her jump.
Last stand, she answered, voice shaking. He still has that scar on his eyebrow. Cashion's voice, smooth as silk. The one from that fight in high school.
Remember?
When he was defending your honor? A soft laugh. How quaint. Glory's fingers tightened around the receiver. Leave him out of this. Why would I? He's the reason you left me. He's the reason I had to spend 3 weeks in the hospital with a cracked skull. You are choking me, she hissed. You would have killed me. I would never, he said, sounding genuinely hurt. I was teaching you a lesson, Glory. That's all. What do you want, Cashion? A pause. You know what I want, baby. I want what's mine. I was never yours. His laugh chilled her to the bone. Keep telling yourself that. Another pause. You still laugh the same way. Did you know that? When he made you laugh tonight, I almost thought I was looking at my wife again. Glory's gaze shot to the windows. The parking lot was empty. Where are you? She demanded. Close enough to see her hands shaking. His voice hardened. You're still mine, Glory. And if that scarred mongrel touches you again, I'll gut him while you watch. The line went dead. Glory sank to the floor behind the bar, knees to her chest, trying to breathe through the panic clawing at her throat. Both men moved like shadows around her, one a memory that wouldn't fade, the other a nightmare that wouldn't end. And she was trapped between them, burning. Chapter 4. Glory hadn't slept in days. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, poorly concealed by makeup. Behind the bar, she fumbled a bottle, barely catching it before it shattered. Easy, Knox said, appearing at the counter. You look like death warmed over. Thanks. Just what a girl wants to hear. Not big on flattery. He studied her face. When's the last time you slept? I'm fine. Wasn't what I asked. Glory sighed, rubbing her temples. Is there something you need, Knox? Besides critiquing my appearance? Just this. He slid a brown paper bag across the counter. She eyed it suspiciously. What's that?
Food.
Real food, not the greasy crap you serve here.
Despite herself, she peeked inside.
A proper sandwich, an apple, what looked like homemade cookies. You brought me lunch? Knox shrugged. You're running yourself into the ground. No good to anyone dead on your feet. The simple kindness caught her off guard, a glimpse of the boy she'd once known. She swallowed past the lump in her throat. Thanks. Don't mention it. He hesitated, then added, Figured someone should look out for you. I can look out for myself. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Never said you couldn't. Their eyes locked, and something electric sparked between them, a current neither seemed able to break. Knox leaned forward, his fingers brushing hers on the countertop. Wren. His voice had dropped, rough with something that made her stomach tighten. The bar door swung open. Glory jumped back as if burned, her heart racing as she glanced toward the entrance. Her blood froze. Cassian Vale stood in the doorway, golden in the afternoon sun. Designer suit, hair perfectly styled, Italian leather shoes despite the desert dust. Every inch the successful businessman. Every inch her nightmare. He smiled when he saw her, white teeth flashing like a predator's. There you are. Knox's head swiveled, tracking the newcomer with narrowed eyes. He shifted slightly, angling his body between Glory and Cashion without seeming to realize he'd done it. Cashion approached the bar with measured steps, ignoring Knox entirely. I've been looking everywhere for you, darling. Glory's mouth had gone dry. Her legs trembled beneath the counter. Knox's posture changed, coiled tension in every line of his body. Friend of yours, Wren? The name, her fake name, snapped Glory back to the present. She straightened, steadying herself against the bar. What are you doing here? She asked Cashion, her voice remarkably steady. That's how you greet your husband after all this time? Cashion's smile never wavered. I'm hurt. Knox went utterly still. Estranged husband, Glory corrected, her fingers gripping the edge of the counter until her knuckles whitened. Very estranged. Cashion laughed, the sound like broken glass wrapped in silk. Semantics. He settled onto a bar stool, 2 down from Knox. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? He was just leaving, Glory said quickly. Knox didn't move. His eyes had turned to flint. No, I wasn't. Cashion finally acknowledged him, assessing Knox with the cool appraisal of a man accustomed to measuring others by the price of their clothes. His gaze lingered on the devil's wreck patch, lips curling slightly. Cassian Vale, he offered, not extending his hand. Wren's husband. Knox. No last name. No handshake. Just the promise of violence in every syllable. Cashion turned back to Glory. You look well, all things considered. Though I always preferred your natural hair color. Glory touched her brown hair self-consciously. She dyed it from its natural blonde when she'd run. What do you want, Cashion? To talk. His smile tightened. Privately. Not happening, Knox growled. Cashion raised an eyebrow. I don't believe this concerns you, mister. Just Knox. And it concerns me plenty. Glory's panic rose. The last thing she needed was Knox defending her, drawing Cashion's attention. It's fine. I can handle this. See. Cashion gestured expansively. She can handle it. Knox ignored him. Wren, a word. He jerked his head toward the back room. Glory hesitated, glancing between the two men. Reluctantly, she nodded to Lena to watch the bar and followed Knox. As soon as they were alone, Knox rounded on her. Husband. Ex practically, she managed. We're separated. Separated. His jaw clenched. And you didn't think to mention this? It wasn't relevant. Wasn't, he broke off, dragging a hand through his hair. Jesus Christ, Wren. The guy looks at you like your property. Because that's exactly how Cashion saw her. A possession. An investment. Something to be reclaimed. I can handle Cashion, she insisted. Like hell. Knox stepped closer, crowding her against the wall. I've seen that look before. Men like him don't just let things go. Men like him, she challenged. You don't know anything about him. I know his type. Rich boy playing at being a man. Knox's eyes burned into hers. He hurt you, didn't he? Glory flinched despite herself. Knox's expression darkened. Thought so. It's complicated. It's really not. His hand came up, hovering near her face before dropping again. Let me help. The words unlocked something in her chest, an ache so profound she nearly gasped with it. Once, years ago, she'd waited for him to say those exact words. To come for her. To save her. He never had. I don't need your help, she said coldly. Knox's face shuddered.
Fine.
Handle it your way. He turned to leave. Knox. She caught his arm. I appreciate the concern, but this is my problem. His eyes softened a fraction. Doesn't have to be. For one insane moment, she almost told him everything. Almost fell back into him, the way she'd done at 17 when the world had been cruel and he had been kind. Instead, she released him. We'd better get back before Cashion starts buying rounds. When they returned, Cashion was charming the few afternoon patrons, his presence commanding the room. His eyes hardened when he saw them emerge together. Everything all right, darling? He asked, a warning in his voice. Fine, Glory replied. What do you want, Cashion? Why are you here? To see my wife, of course. He smiled. I've missed you. Knox made a disgusted noise. Cashion ignored him. I thought we could discuss reconciliation. Over dinner, perhaps. There's nothing to discuss. Glory moved behind the bar, needing the physical barrier between them. I disagree. Cashion's smile never reached his eyes. We have unfinished business, Wren. The way he said her false name made it clear he knew it was a lie. The lady said no. Knox interjected. He'd positioned himself at the bar again, deliberately close to Glory. Cashion's expression flickered, annoyance breaking through his polished veneer. He leaned across the bar toward Glory, lowering his voice. Tell your guard dog to heel. Knox tensed, but Glory put a warning hand on his arm. You should go, she told Cashion. I just got here. Now, Cashion. His smile disappeared. You don't give the orders, Glory. You never did. The use of her real name hit like a slap. Behind her, she felt Knox go rigid. Glory, he repeated. Cashion's eyes gleamed with malicious triumph.
Oops.
Cat's out of the bag. He stood, straightening his suit jacket. We'll finish this conversation later, when you're not so distracted. As he passed Knox, he paused.
Leaned in.
Whispered something that made Knox's face drain of color. Glory couldn't hear the words, but she read Cashion's lips in profile. He touches you again, I'll gut him. Cashion straightened, nodded politely to the room, and left. The air seemed to rush back into the space he'd vacated. Knox turned to her, confusion and anger warring on his face. Glory? Your name is Glory? She couldn't speak.
Couldn't breathe.
Her carefully constructed world was collapsing around her. Who the hell are you? Knox demanded. Before she could answer, his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, face darkening further. Club business, he growled. But this conversation isn't over. He stalked out, leather cut like armor across his shoulders. Glory sank onto a bar stool, legs finally giving way beneath her. The room spun. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. Cashion had found her. Knox knew she'd lied. And both men were on a collision course that would destroy her, one way or another. Chapter 5. Knox didn't come back the next night. Or the night after. Glory told herself it was better this way. Safer. She doubled the locks on her trailer door. Kept her baseball bat closer. Jumped at shadows. On the third night, the rest of the Devil's Wreck showed up without him. They drank quietly, watching her with guarded eyes. Where's Knox? She finally asked Dice, setting down his third beer. The club president gave her a long look. Got sent on a supply run.
Why?
You miss him? Just wondering. She wiped invisible spots from the counter. Seemed like a fixture around here. He'll be back tomorrow. Dice studied her face. You two got something going on I should know about?
No.
Dice leaned forward.
Good.
Because you're a complication he doesn't need right now. The words stung more than they should have. Noted. No offense meant. He drained his beer. Just looking out for my brother. I get it. She turned away, blinking back unexpected tears. Another round? Later, as she was closing up, headlights cut through the darkness outside. Her heart leapt before she could stop it, expecting Knox's motorcycle. Instead, a familiar black sedan purred into the lot. Cashion. Glory locked the door, killed the lights, and retreated to the back office. Her hands shook as she dialed Lena's number. I need a ride home, she whispered when the older woman answered.
Please.
Out the back way. 20 minutes later, she was safely in Lena's truck, huddled against the passenger door as they drove the long way to her trailer. You gonna tell me what's going on? Lena asked, eyes on the road. Who you're hiding from? It's complicated. Always is. Lena sighed. That suit from the other day? Glory nodded. Thought so. He came by again this morning asking questions. Where you lived. How long you'd been here. Glory's blood ran cold. What did you tell him? Not a damn thing. Lena snorted. I know trouble when I see it, honey. And that man is pure poison behind them fancy manners. Relief washed over her. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Lena turned down the dirt road that led to Glory's trailer. Because your other problem is sitting on your front steps. Glory's head snapped up. Through the windshield, she could make out Knox's broad form, illuminated by the porch light she'd left on. Want me to run him off? Lena asked. Glory hesitated. No. I need to deal with this. You sure? Because I got a shotgun under the seat. Despite everything, Glory smiled. I'm sure. Thanks for the ride. As Lena's truck pulled away, Glory approached her trailer cautiously. Knox stood as she neared, hands shoved in his pockets, face unreadable in the yellow glow of the bug light. You've been avoiding me, he said. You've been gone. Club business. His eyes narrowed. But I'm not here to talk about that. Why are you here, then? He stepped closer. Your name is Glory. It wasn't a question. Her shoulders sagged with the weight of it, the secret she'd carried for so long. Yes. Why the lie? His voice remained steady, but she caught the hurt underneath. It's complicated. Try me. She looked up at him, this man who was both stranger and memory, and knew she couldn't lie anymore. Not to him. Can we go inside? He followed her into the cramped trailer, his bulk making the space seem even smaller. Glory busied herself making coffee, needing something to do with her shaking hands. That man, Knox said finally. Cashion. He's really your husband? Yes. She set 2 mugs on the tiny table. But not for much longer if I can help it. He's why you changed your name. Why you're hiding out here. She nodded, wrapping her hands around her mug, letting the burn ground her. He hurt you. Not a question. Glory closed her eyes. Yes. Knox's fist came down hard on the table, making her jump. God damn it. It's not your problem, she said quietly. The hell it isn't. Why? She challenged him, suddenly angry. You don't even know me. Knox stared at her, something shifting behind his eyes. Don't I? The question hung between them, loaded with unspoken implications. Glory looked away first. Did he send you? Knox asked suddenly. What? Cashion. Did he send you here? Is this some kind of setup? No. The accusation stung. Of course not. Then what? Knox leaned forward, eyes burning. Because I'm trying real hard to understand why a woman I don't know is lying about her name and acting like she knows me. I never said.
You don't have to say it.
It's written all over your face every time you look at me. He stood, agitated. There's something familiar about you, but I can't place it. It's driving me crazy. Glory's heart hammered against her ribs. Should she tell him?
Could she?
Knox. Her voice caught. I'm sorry about the lies. I've been running for a long time. Something in his expression softened. From him. She nodded. I faked my death to get away. Changed my name. My hair. Everything. Jesus. He sank back onto the chair. What did he do to you? Glory's hand went unconsciously to her throat, where Cashion's fingers had once pressed. Whatever he wanted. Knox's jaw tightened. He won't touch you again. A promise.
A vow.
You can't protect me. He'll just hurt you too. Let him try. Knox's eyes hardened. I've survived worse. She believed him. The boy she'd known had been reckless, wild. This man was dangerous. Why do you care? She asked softly. The question seemed to catch him off guard. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so achingly familiar it made her throat ache. I don't know, he admitted. But I do. The space between them charged with unspoken words, with histories both shared and separate. For one breath. Two. They simply looked at each other. Then Knox leaned forward, slowly, deliberately, giving her every chance to pull away. She didn't. His lips brushed hers. Featherlight, a question. Glory answered by curling her fingers into his shirt, drawing him closer. The kiss deepened, turned hungry. His hands came up to frame her face, callous thumbs stroking her cheekbones. She tasted whiskey and longing, felt the scrape of stubble against her skin. It was nothing like their teenage kisses, clumsy, eager explorations. This was a man who knew exactly what he wanted and how to take it. Glory let herself fall into the sensation, into the safety of his arms, the heat of his mouth. For one perfect moment, the past disappeared. There was only this, his hands in her hair, her body pressed against his, hearts racing in tandem. Then a flash of memory. Cashion's hands, once gentle, turning cruel. His smile as he heard her. The terror of knowing no one would believe her if she told. She broke away, gasping. I can't. I'm sorry. Knox didn't push. He stepped back, giving her space, though his breathing was as ragged as hers. I don't expect anything, he said quietly. But I'm not walking away. Not this time. The words struck her like physical blows. Not this time. Did he know? Did he remember? Before she could ask, his phone buzzed. He checked it with a scowl. Club business, he said, already moving toward the door. Lock up behind me. Don't open for anyone. Then he was gone, the night swallowing him whole. Glory secured the deadbolt, then sank onto her couch, fingers pressed to her lips where the ghost of his kiss still lingered. Knox raced through the darkness on his Harley, the desert wind whipping his face. His mind churned with conflicting thoughts.
Glory.
Not Wren.
Glory.
Something about her nagged at the edges of his memory, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. Her eyes. Her laugh. The way she bit her lip when nervous. He'd known other women named Glory. Had to be a coincidence. At the motel, He parked his bike next to Dice's and headed for his room. The club had business to discuss: territory disputes, supply routes, the usual. Inside his room, he grabbed his bag to fetch his burner phone. As he did, something fell to the floor. An old, worn photograph. Knox froze, then slowly bent to pick it up. A faded image of two teenagers. Him, years younger, arms slung around a blonde girl's shoulders. Her smile wide and carefree, eyes crinkled at the corners. Written on the back in faded ink: Knox and Glory, River's Edge Quarry, summer 2016. His blood ran cold. He flipped the photo over again, staring at the girl's face. Change the hair color. Add 8 years of living. Take away the innocence in the eyes. Glory, he whispered to the empty room. Chapter 6. Knox didn't sleep. He sat on the edge of his motel bed, the photograph burning a hole in his palm. Memories crashed over him in waves. Glory Madison, the girl from River's Edge. His first love. The girl who disappeared from his life without a word, only to resurface in the arms of a wealthy college boy. The girl he'd tried and failed to forget for 8 long years. The woman now calling herself Wren Cade. As dawn broke, Knox gunned his motorcycle toward the last stand, rage and confusion warring in his chest. The bar was closed, but he knew she'd be inside prepping for the day. He pounded on the back door until it swung open. Glory stood there, hair pulled back, dark circles under her eyes. Her expression faltered when she saw him. Knox, what's? He pushed past her into the bar's kitchen. We need to talk. Something in his voice must have warned her. She closed the door slowly, arms crossing over her chest. What's wrong? Knox pulled the photograph from his pocket, slapped it down on the steel prep table. Explain this. Glory stared at the photo, all color draining from her face. She reached for it with trembling fingers. Where did you get this? She whispered. Had it for years. Forgot it was in my bag. His voice hardened. You're her. Glory Madison. She seemed to crumple inward, her shoulders hunching as if under a physical blow. Yes. The same Glory who disappeared right after graduation. The same Glory who sent me a goddamn letter saying she was going to college out east, that it was better we move on. Knox's voice rose. The same Glory who was suddenly engaged to some rich prick 6 months later? Knox. 8 years, Glory. 8 fucking years. His fist came down on the table. And now you're here with a new name, pretending you don't know me? I wasn't sure you'd remember me, she said quietly. Remember you? He laughed, bitter and sharp. You were my first, he broke off. Everything. My first everything. Tears welled in her eyes. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it. What the hell happened? He stepped closer. And don't tell me it's complicated. I deserve the truth. Glory sank onto a stool, the photograph clutched in her hand. For a long moment, she said nothing, just stared at their younger selves frozen in time. Cashion happened, she finally said. My parents happened. Knox waited, jaw clenched. After graduation, my father lost his job. The medical bills from my mother's cancer treatment had already wiped out their savings. She traced the edge of the photo. Cashion's father owned the company mine worked for. They'd met at some function. What's this got to do with us? Everything. She looked up at him, eyes shining with unshed tears. Cashion's father made an offer. He'd get my dad a position at corporate, cover all my mom's medical expenses, pay for my college. All Cashion wanted in return was me. Knox's stomach turned. He bought you. Not directly, but essentially yes. She swallowed hard. I was young. Scared. My mom was dying, Knox. What was I supposed to do? Tell me, he growled. Let me help. You were 19, working at the garage, barely making ends meet. What could you have done? The truth of it stung. So, you just left? Without a word. The letter was bullshit. You could have told me the truth. Would that have made it easier? She challenged. Knowing I was being traded like property to save my family? Knox ran a hand over his face. I would have found a way. We would have figured it out. There was no way out, Knox. Not then. She stood, pacing the small kitchen. And at first, it wasn't so bad. Cashion was charming, attentive. Until the ring was on your finger. Glory nodded. He changed the night we got back from our honeymoon, like a switch flipped. Her hand went to her collarbone, a gesture he'd noticed before. The first time he hurt me, I told myself it was a one-time thing.
That he was stressed.
That I'd done something wrong. Knox's hands curled into fists. By the third time, I knew better. By the 10th, I knew I'd made a deal with the devil. Her laugh was hollow. But my mother was getting the best care money could buy. My father had a good job. And I had a beautiful prison with silk sheets. Why didn't you leave? I tried. Once. Her voice dropped. He found me, broke 3 of my ribs, told me if I tried again, he'd make sure my parents suffered for it. Knox felt sick, rage boiling in his blood. So what changed? My mother died, anyway. Glory's voice caught. Cancer won in the end, despite everything. After the funeral, I knew I had to get out. But Cashion, he was watching me constantly. She took a shuddering breath. Then came the night he tried to strangle me. I hit him with a wine glass. There was so much blood. I thought I'd killed him. Her eyes met Knox's. I ran. Left everything. Called my father from the road to warn him. And he helped you? Glory shook her head.
He told me to go back.
That I'd made my choice. Her voice hardened. That's when I realized no one was coming to save me. I had to save myself. So you became Wren Cade. After I found out Cashion had survived.
He was hunting for me.
I had to disappear completely. She gestured around them. I ended up here. Changed my name, my hair, my life. And now he's found you again. Yes. Knox moved closer, until only inches separated them. Why didn't you tell me who you were when I showed up? Because I was ashamed. Tears spilled down her cheeks now. Because I left you without a fight. Because I thought you'd hate me. I did hate you, he admitted. For years. She flinched. But I never stopped. He broke off, unable to finish. Glory reached for him, her fingers brushing his arm. I'm so sorry, Knox. For everything. He caught her hand, held it tightly. Why here? Of all the places you could have run, why here? In Devil's Wreck territory? She hesitated. I didn't know it was your club's territory when I arrived. But once I realized, she looked away. Maybe I felt safer, knowing you might be nearby, even if you never knew I was here. The admission knocked the wind from his lungs. All these years, all the anger he'd carried, and still she'd sought the ghost of his protection. Knox's phone buzzed in his pocket. He ignored it. What now? He asked. Nothing's changed. Cashion still wants me back. He won't stop. Everything's changed. Knox stepped closer, tilting her chin up. I know who you are now. And he's not taking you anywhere. Her eyes searched his. How can you still care? After everything I did. Who says I care? His thumb traced her lower lip. Maybe I just want to kill the bastard who hurt you. Despite everything, a small smile curved her mouth. Is that all? Instead of answering, he lowered his head, claiming her lips with his. This kiss was different from last night's, deeper, harder, edged with the pain of years lost. Glory melted into him, her arms winding around his neck. The familiar shape of her against him cracked something open in his chest, a wound he'd thought long healed. The back door slammed open. They sprang apart as Lena burst in, face pale. Wren, Glory, whatever your name is. He's here. Knox tensed. Cashion? In the parking lot. Lena looked between them. What do you want me to do? Glory's eyes met Knox's, fear and determination warring in their depths. Let him in, she said quietly. It's time we settled this. Not alone, Knox growled. Never again. She squeezed his hand once before releasing it. But he can't know you know who I am. Not yet. It's the only advantage we have. Knox nodded reluctantly. I'll be right outside. One sign of trouble, and I'm coming in. Fair enough. As he slipped out the side door, his phone buzzed again. This time he checked it. A video message from an unknown number. He opened it, breath catching as Glory's sleeping form filled the screen. The camera panned across her bedroom, her trailer, before zooming in on her face. A second text followed. She's pretty when she sleeps, isn't she? Almost peaceful. Enjoy her while you can, biker. She's coming home soon. See. As he looked up, Cashion's sleek sedan pulled into the lot. Knox slipped his phone away, hand moving instinctively to the knife at his belt. The game had changed. The stakes were clear. And Cassian Vale had just signed his own death warrant. Chapter 7. Cashion entered the last stand like he owned it, sunglasses perched on his perfect nose despite the dim interior. He wore a pale linen suit, impeccably tailored, obscenely expensive. A businessman on vacation, not a predator hunting prey. Glory stood behind the bar, spine straight, face carefully blank. She'd learned long ago that showing fear only excited him. "Morning, darling." Cashion smiled, sliding onto a bar stool. "You look tired. Trouble sleeping?" The reference to the video he'd sent Knox made her skin crawl, but she kept her expression neutral. "What do you want, Cashion?" "Same thing I've always wanted." He removed his sunglasses, folding them meticulously.
You.
"Home. Where you belong. This is my home now." His smile never faltered. "This dump." He glanced around distastefully. "Serving watered-down drinks to bikers and truckers? You were meant for better things, Glory." "Like being your punching bag?" Something dangerous flashed in his eyes.
Now.
Let's not rehash ancient history. 5 years isn't ancient. 5 years of looking for you. His voice hardened. 5 years of hiring private investigators, tracking down false leads, wondering if you were alive or dead. "You must have been devastated," she said flatly.
He laughed.
"I was inconvenienced. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to explain a missing wife? The questions. The suspicion." His face darkened. "You made me look like a fool. You made yourself look like a monster." Cashion's hand shot out, gripping her wrist before she could pull away. His fingers dug into the same spot Knox had held so gently hours before. "I've been patient, Glory. Understanding, even." His thumb pressed into her pulse point. "But my patience is running out." The back door creaked. Glory's eyes flicked toward the sound, praying Knox would stay hidden. Cashion noticed. "Expecting someone?" "Just Lena." She tried to pull free. "Let go." He tightened his grip. "You know what happens when you try to leave me."
Let
go." Each word dripped with ice. "Or what?" His smile turned cruel. "You'll call your new guard dog? The one with the patched jacket and the bad attitude." The side door burst open. Knox filled the frame, rage radiating from him in almost visible waves. She said, "Let go." His voice was deadly quiet. Cashion released Glory's wrist, but didn't turn. "Speak of the devil." "Get out," Knox growled, crossing the room in 3 long strides. "I'm having a conversation with my wife." Cashion finally faced him, unimpressed. "Private conversation." Knox shoved him off the stool. Cashion stumbled but didn't fall, straightening his jacket with a tight smile. "Assault," he said mildly. "That's a prosecutable offense, you know. So is breaking and entering." Knox held up his phone, displaying the video of Glory sleeping. "And stalking." Fear lanced through Glory. "You sent that to him?" "Just making sure everyone understands the situation." Cashion straightened his cuffs. "You belong to me, Glory. Not to this grease monkey." Knox moved faster than Glory thought possible. One moment Cashion was smirking. The next, Knox had him pinned against the bar, forearm across his throat. "She doesn't belong to anyone," Knox snarled. "Especially not some trust fund psychopath who gets off on hurting women." Cashion didn't struggle, didn't show fear. "You have no idea who you're dealing with." "Oh, I think I do." Knox pressed harder. "A rich boy playing tough. I've seen 100 like you." Doubtful. Cashion's eyes flicked to Glory. "Tell your pet to heel, or I'll have to put him down." "Knox," Glory said quietly. "Let him go." "Not until he understands." Knox leaned closer to Cashion. Stay the hell away from her. Next time, you won't walk away. Is that a threat? A promise? Something shifted in Cashion's expression, a subtle tell Glory recognized from years of watching for storm warnings. Knox, she said more urgently. Let him go.
Now.
Knox released him, stepping back, but staying between them. Cashion straightened his tie, brushed invisible dust from his sleeves. You've made a mistake, he told Knox calmly. Several, actually. Add it to my list. Did she tell you about us? Cashion asked, voice silky. About our life together? Knox's jaw tightened. She told me enough. Did she tell you how she'd cry out my name? How she'd beg? Cashion's smile was vicious. There are things about Glory only a husband knows. Knox lunged forward. Glory caught his arm. Don't, she pleaded. It's what he wants. Cashion laughed softly. Listen to her. She knows me so well. He reached for his sunglasses. I'll let myself out. We'll continue this another time, darling. When you're not so distracted. At the door, he paused. Oh, and Knox? That club you ride with? Devil's Wreck, isn't it? Knox stilled. What about them? Nothing yet. Cashion smiled. Just curious about their legal standing. I heard they had some trouble with the ATF last year. Would be a shame if old investigations reopened. The threat hung in the air as he left. Glory sank onto a bar stool, legs suddenly weak. That went well. You call that well? Knox paced like a caged animal. He threatened my club. That's how he operates. She rubbed her wrist where Cashion's fingers had dug in. Finds your weak spot and squeezes until you break. Knox noticed the gesture, his expression darkening. He took her hand gently, examining the red marks. I should have broken his fingers. And given him exactly what he wanted? Proof you're dangerous? Violent. She shook her head. Cashion plays the long game, Knox. Every move calculated. So do I. He pulled out his phone, quickly texting. I'm calling in the club. We need to secure this place. What?
No.
Yes. His voice brooked no argument. He's made it clear he's coming for you. And now he's targeting my brothers. I don't want to drag them into this. Too late. Knox looked up from his phone. We're already in it. Lena appeared from the back room, shotgun in hand. Coast clear? Glory almost laughed at the older woman's fierce expression. For now. Good. Lena propped the shotgun against the bar. Because you two need to see this. She pulled out her phone, showing them a local news alert. A body had been found in the desert just outside town. Male. Unidentified. Happened last night, Lena said grimly. Sheriff saying it looks like a professional hit. Knox frowned. What's this got to do with us? Location. Lena zoomed in on the map. It's right off the access road to your trailer, she told Glory. And they found this next to the body. She swiped to another image, an evidence photo showing a bloody playing card. The Queen of Hearts. Glory's breath caught. It's him. Cashion? Knox asked. She nodded. When we were first married, he called me his Queen of Hearts. Sick bastard. Knox's face hardened. He's sending a message. But who is the victim? Lena wondered. Glory felt cold dread settle in her stomach. Someone who got in his way. It's how he operates. Removes obstacles. Knox's phone buzzed repeatedly. He checked it, expression grim. Club's on their way. He looked at Glory. Pack a bag. You're not staying in that trailer anymore. I'm not running again. Not asking you to run. Just relocate. Somewhere he can't find you so easily. Where? Clubhouse. Knox held up a hand to forestall her objection. It's secure. Always someone there. And it's the last place he'd look. It made sense, but fear still clutched at her chest. What about my job? You work your shifts. With protection. His eyes met hers. This isn't negotiable, Glory. Not after this. He nodded at the phone showing the dead man. She wanted to argue, to insist she could handle herself. But 8 years ago, she'd pushed Knox away when she needed him most. She wouldn't make that mistake again. Okay, she said finally. But I need to get some things from the trailer first. I'll take you. Lena cleared her throat. What about the bar? If Mr. Clean Cut comes back, call immediately, Knox told her. And don't let him in, no matter what he says. The older woman patted her shotgun. Don't worry about that. The drive to Glory's trailer was tense, both of them scanning the road for Cassion's black sedan. Knox parked his bike around back, out of sight from the main road. 5 minutes, he said as they approached the door. Just essentials. But the moment Glory unlocked the door, she knew something was wrong. The air felt different.
Disturbed.
Someone's been here, she whispered. Knox pushed her behind him, drawing a gun she hadn't known he was carrying. Slowly, they entered the small space. Nothing seemed overturned or broken, but Glory felt it, the invasion. The violation. Check your belongings, Knox said quietly. See what's missing. Glory moved to her bedroom, skin crawling. Her clothes appeared untouched in the closet. Her meager jewelry, nothing valuable, still in its box. Then she noticed the dresser drawer slightly ajar. She pulled it open. Her underwear drawer. Empty. Knox, she called, voice shaking. He appeared in the doorway. What? My underwear. It's all gone. She gestured to the empty drawer. Nothing else. Just this. Knox's expression darkened. Get what you need.
Now.
Glory grabbed a duffel bag, throwing in clothes, toiletries, the few mementos she couldn't bear to leave. Her hand paused at a small wooden box hidden under her bed. Inside lay her only connection to her past life, a photo of her parents, her mother's silver locket, a pressed flower from her first date with Knox. She hesitated, then tucked the box into her bag. In the living room, Knox was on the phone, voice low. Need a couple guys here. Watch the trailer. Yeah, he's escalating. A pause. Just until we figure out our next move. As they stepped outside, the desert sun blinding after the dim interior, Glory felt a curious sense of déjà vu. 5 years ago, she'd fled another home, leaving everything behind. But this time, she wasn't running alone. This time, Knox Wilder had her back. And God helped Cassian Vale when the Devil's Wreck came for him. Chapter 8. The Devil's Wreck clubhouse sat on the outskirts of town, a converted warehouse with reinforced doors and windows too small for a man to crawl through. Motorcycles lined the front, gleaming under the desert sun. Glory clutched her duffel bag against her chest as Knox led her inside. The space was dimly lit, smelling of cigarettes, whiskey, and motor oil. Pool tables and worn leather couches filled the main room. A massive bar dominated one wall, the club's insignia painted behind it, a stylized motorcycle wreathed in flames. Conversation died as they entered. A dozen pairs of eyes locked on her. Brothers, Knox called. This is Glory. Thought her name was Wren, someone muttered. Long story. Knox's tone brooked no argument. She's staying here for a while. Dice stepped forward, arms crossed. We need to talk. Now. Knox squeezed Glory's shoulder. Make yourself comfortable. Pike will show you where to put your stuff. A tall, heavily tattooed man with a shaved head nodded to her. Pike, she assumed. He barely spoke as he led her down a hallway to a small but clean bedroom. Knox's room, he said gruffly. Bathrooms through there. Kitchen stocked if you get hungry. Thank you, she said. He lingered in the doorway. He told us. About your husband. Glory stiffened. Ex-husband. Almost. Man puts hands on a woman deserves whatever's coming to him, Pike said, voice flat. But the club's got concerns. Before she could ask what he meant, Pike disappeared, closing the door behind him. Glory set her bag on the bed, looking around at Knox's space. It was surprisingly tidy. Sparse. A few books on the nightstand. A worn leather jacket hung on a hook. Nothing personal. No photographs. No mementos. Just like her trailer. A place to exist, not to live. She sank onto the edge of the bed, exhaustion hitting her like a physical blow. When had she last truly slept? Before Cashion found her. Before Knox reappeared in her life, dragging the past with him. Despite her racing thoughts, her eyes grew heavy. She lay back, just for a moment, and fell into a dreamless sleep. Knox stood in the club's meeting room, hands flat on the table as he faced his brothers. "This is a mistake," Dice said bluntly. "Bringing her here. She needs protection." "Not our problem," Riggs countered. The youngest member shifted nervously. "Her husband sounds connected." "Dangerous." "Ex-husband," Knox corrected sharply. "Whatever." Dice leaned forward. "You know the rules. We don't get involved in domestic disputes." "This isn't some bar fight between spouses," Knox growled. "The man's a sadistic bastard who nearly killed her." "So call the cops," someone suggested. Knox laughed bitterly. "You think a man like Cassian Vale doesn't own the local law? Hell, he probably has judges in his pocket." "Exactly our point," Dice said. "This guy has resources. Connections. He's already threatened to reopen the ATF investigation." "That case was closed," Knox argued. "They found nothing. Because we were careful." Dice's voice rose. "But all it takes is one official with a grudge and enough money changing hands. We can't risk the club for one woman. Not just any woman." The words escaped before Knox could stop them. "I know her. From before." Dice's eyebrows shot up.
What?
Knox hesitated, then plunged ahead. "Glory Madison. From River's Edge." Understanding dawned on the older man's face. "Your Glory?" The possessive term should have bothered him. It didn't. "Yes." A low whistle sounded from the back of the room. Most of the older members knew the story, or at least parts of it. How Knox had loved a girl who'd left him for a rich college boy. How he'd spiraled afterward, getting into fights, taking risks that had eventually led him to the devil's wreck. "Doesn't change anything," Riggs insisted. "If this Vale guy is as connected as you say, he's a liability we can't afford." "So, what do you suggest?" Knox demanded. "I throw her to the wolves?" "We take a vote," Dice said firmly. "It's club policy. You know that." Knox's jaw clenched. He did know. The Devil's Wreck operated as a democracy, each patch holder with an equal say in major decisions. "Fine," he bit out. "Take your vote." "You'll abide by the result?" Dice pressed. "Whatever it is?" Knox hesitated. Club loyalty ran bone deep. These men were his brothers, his family after his own had turned their backs. "But Glory, if the vote goes against her, I'll handle her protection myself," he said finally. "Outside club business." Dice's eyes narrowed. "That's not how this works." "It's how it works this time." The tension in the room thickened. Pike shifted beside him, a subtle show of support. A few others exchanged glances. "You'd choose her over your brothers?" Dice asked quietly. "I'm not choosing," Knox's voice hardened. "I'm doing what needs to be done. What any of you would do if it were someone you cared about." "This really the hill you want to die on?" Riggs challenged. "If necessary." Knox looked each man in the eye. "I've bled for this club. Would die for any brother in this room. All I'm asking is a little time to sort this out." "And if it can't be sorted?" Dice asked. "If this guy keeps coming? Then I'll deal with him. Permanently." The words hung in the air. Everyone present understood the implication. "Murder's a federal offense," Riggs said nervously. "Only if you get caught." Pike spoke for the first time, his deep voice rumbling through the room. A ghost of a smile touched Dice's lips. "Put it to a vote, then. All in favor of giving Knox time to handle this, with club resources but not club involvement. Raise your hand." Slowly, hands went up. Pike first. Then 5 others. 8 counting Knox. All opposed. For hands, including Riggs and another younger member. Abstaining. 2 hands. "Motion passes," Dice announced. "You've got 2 weeks, Knox. After that, we reevaluate." Relief washed through him. "Thank you, brothers." "Don't thank us yet," Dice warned. "If this blows back on the club..." "It won't." The meeting adjourned, members filtering out until only Knox and Dice remained. "Your old Glory," Dice said quietly. "After all these years." Knox nodded. "Still love her." "Never stopped," Knox admitted. It wasn't a truth he'd spoken aloud before, even to himself. Even when I hated her for leaving. Dice clasped his shoulder. Be careful, brother. Love makes men stupid. I know what I'm doing. Hope so. Because her husband. Ex-husband sounds like the type to burn everything down if he can't have what he wants. The warning lingered as Knox made his way back through the clubhouse. He found Glory asleep on his bed, curled on her side, one hand tucked under her cheek. She looked younger in sleep, unguarded, like the girl he'd loved at 17, before life had hardened them both. Knox pulled a blanket over her, careful not to wake her.
She needed rest.
They had battles ahead. His phone buzzed. A text from the prospects watching her trailer. Delivery just came. Big fancy box. Left it on the porch. Knox frowned. Don't touch it. On my way. He scribbled a note for Glory and left it on the nightstand, then headed for his bike. The drive to Glory's trailer took less than 10 minutes. 2 club prospects, younger men working toward full membership, waited outside, looking nervous. Where is it? Knox asked, dismounting. One of them pointed to the porch. Right there. Courier brought it. Asked for Glory Madison by name. Knox approached the package cautiously. A large, ornate white box tied with black ribbon. The kind florists used for expensive arrangements. With his knife, he carefully cut the ribbon, then used the blade to lift the lid. Inside lay a funeral wreath. Pristine white lilies formed into a perfect circle. A black card nestled among the flowers. Knox plucked it out with a knife tip. In elegant silver script. Tell Glory I'm planning the next one. Knox's blood ran cold. The dead man in the desert. The Queen of Hearts. Now this. Cassian Vale wasn't just threatening Glory. He was declaring war. Chapter 9. Glory woke disoriented, in an unfamiliar bed that smelled of leather and pine. Knox's scent. For a moment, panic gripped her. Had Cashion found her? Taken her? Then memory returned. The clubhouse. Knox's protection. She sat up slowly, noticing a folded piece of paper on the nightstand. Had to check your trailer. Back soon. Stay inside.
K.
The digital clock showed 7:48 p.m. She'd slept nearly 5 hours. Glory made her way to the attached bathroom, splashing cold water on her face. In the mirror, a stranger stared back, brown hair instead of blonde, face thinner, eyes harder than the girl Knox had once known. How much of that girl remained? How much had Cashion destroyed? In the clubhouse's main room, several members played pool or sat drinking. Conversation lulled as she entered, then resumed at a lower volume. She felt their eyes on her, assessing, judging. Hungry. Pike appeared at her elbow, startling her. A little, she admitted. He nodded toward the kitchen. Made chili. Not fancy, but it's hot. The unexpected kindness threatened to undo her. Thanks. In the kitchen, Pike filled a bowl for her, then leaned against the counter, arms crossed, watching her eat. Knox told you who I am? She asked between bites. Pike nodded. Old flame. It's more complicated than that. Usually is. He grabbed a beer from the fridge. He never got over you, you know. Glory's spoon paused halfway to her mouth. What? After you left. He went wild. Looking for fights. Taking risks. Pike twisted the cap off his beer. Rode his bike like he was trying to crash it. Guilt twisted in her chest. I never wanted to hurt him. But you did. She couldn't deny it. Yes. And now you're back. With trouble on your heels. The accusation stung. Even if it was true. I didn't ask for his help. Didn't have to. Pike's expression remained neutral. He'd walk through fire for you. Always would have. Before she could respond, the clubhouse door opened. Knox strode in, face like thunder. We need to talk, he said, catching her eye.
Now.
In his room, he paced like a caged animal, muscles coiled with tension. What's wrong? She asked. Cashion left a gift at your trailer. His voice was flat. A funeral wreath. Glory sank onto the bed. Oh, God. Note said, he's planning the next one. Knox stopped pacing, facing her. I need to know everything, Glory. Everything he did. Everything he's capable of. No more secrets. The demand hung between them. Glory had spent years burying those memories, locking them away to survive. I can't, she whispered. You have to. Knox knelt before her, taking her hands. I can't protect you if I don't know what I'm dealing with.
You don't understand.
If I start talking about it, I might not stop, might not be able to. Then don't stop. His fingers tightened around hers. Tell me all of it. Glory looked into his eyes, the same blue that had once been her safe harbor. Maybe it was time to trust someone again, to share the burden she'd carried alone for so long. After we broke up, she began, voice small, my parents were struggling. Dad lost his job. Mom got sicker. You told me that part. What I didn't tell you was how I met Cashion. She swallowed hard. He came to the diner where I was waitressing, left huge tips, asked me out for weeks before I said yes. And your parents encouraged it. She nodded. They thought he was my ticket to a better life. And at first he was charming, generous, made me feel special. A bitter laugh escaped. I was such a cliché. You were young, old enough to know better. She stood, needing to move. The controls started small. Comments about my clothes, my friends, who I talked to. Then he proposed, and everything accelerated. The memories came faster now, a dam breaking. The wedding was a spectacle. His family, his friends. None of mine except my parents. Honeymoon in Italy, where I discovered he'd forgotten my birth control. Wanted me pregnant, right away. Trapped. Knox's jaw tightened. When we got home, he had all my things moved to his penthouse. I hadn't agreed to it, but he'd done it anyway. Said I didn't need my shabby furniture. Her voice hardened. First time he hit me was a week later. I burned his dinner. Glory.
He apologized. Cried.
Bought me jewelry. Her laugh was hollow. I forgave him. Told myself it wouldn't happen again. But it did. Over and over. Each time worse than the last. She pushed up her sleeve, showing a thin scar along her forearm. Threw a crystal tumbler at me. 17 stitches. Knox cursed under his breath. He controlled everything. My phone. My computer. My bank accounts. Her voice dropped. My body. Knox stood, unable to stay still. Did he force me? Glory's eyes met his. Not exactly. But saying no wasn't an option. Not if I wanted to avoid consequences. Knox's fist slammed into the wall. Glory didn't flinch. She'd become immune to male rage years ago. I tried to leave once, she continued, eerily calm now. Packed a bag when he was at work. Made it to the bus station. What happened? His security team found me. Brought me back. Her hand unconsciously touched her side. 3 broken ribs. Fractured cheekbone. He said it was for my own good. That I wasn't thinking clearly. Knox looked physically ill. Why didn't you call the police? I did. Once. She smiled bitterly. The officer was very understanding. Told me rich couples fight differently than regular folks. Suggested marriage counseling. Jesus. Cashion's family has connections everywhere. Police. Local government. Even some judges. Glory wrapped her arms around herself. The night I finally escaped, I thought I'd killed him. The wine glass. She nodded. We were fighting. He had his hands around my throat. I couldn't breathe. There was a glass on the table. I just reacted. Self-defense. Try proving that when your husband is unconscious and bleeding out on imported marble. She shuddered at the memory. There was so much blood. I grabbed my purse and ran. No clothes. No plan. Just ran until I couldn't anymore. Knox moved to her then, hands gentle on her shoulders. You did what you had to do. I stayed in motels. Paid cash. Cut my hair in a gas station bathroom. Dyed it in a truck stop. Her eyes met his. Called my father from a payphone. Told him what happened. And he told you to go back. Knox remembered. To Cashion. Glory nodded. Said I'd made my bed. That Cashion would forgive me if I begged. Her voice cracked. That's when I knew I was truly alone. Knox pulled her against his chest, arms wrapping around her. For a moment, she stiffened, then melted into him, years of held-back tears finally breaking free. You're not alone anymore, he murmured into her hair. I'm here. I won't leave you. Glory clung to him, face pressed against his shoulder, body shaking with silent sobs. It felt like bleeding out poison, painful but necessary. When she finally quieted, Knox led her to the bed, both of them sitting on the edge. There's more, she said softly. Things I've never told anyone. I'm listening. Cashion kept trophies. She swallowed hard. From women he hurt. Not just me. Knox went very still. What kind of trophies? Personal items. Underwear. Jewelry. Locks of hair. She couldn't meet his eyes. He had a room, hidden behind his office. I found it by accident. Did you tell anyone? Who would believe me? The hysterical wife accusing her powerful husband. She shook her head. I took photos on a disposable camera.
Hid it.
Insurance, I thought. Where is it now?
Gone.
Everything from that life is gone. Knox cupped her face in his hands. You survived, Glory. That's what matters. She leaned into his touch, starved for gentleness after years of cruelty. He'll never stop looking for me. Never stop hunting. Then we hunt him first. The fierce determination in his voice should have frightened her. Instead, it kindled something she'd thought long dead, hope. Knox's thumb brushed her cheek, wiping away a tear. The gesture was so tender, so familiar, that Glory's heart ached with it. Without thinking, she leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. The kiss started gentle, almost chaste. Then something broke between them. Years of longing, of loss, of what might have been. Knox's arms tightened around her, drawing her closer as the kiss deepened. Glory's hands fisted in his shirt, clinging to him like a lifeline. They fell back on the bed together, months of tension exploding into desperate need. His hands were everywhere, relearning her body, finding new scars, new sensitivities. Are you sure? He whispered against her throat. Yes, she breathed. For the first time in years, she meant it. Their lovemaking was nothing like the controlled, painful encounters with Cashion. Nothing like the fumbling teenage exploration they'd once shared. It was raw, primal, healing in its honesty. Knox's touch erased the memory of cruel hands. His whispered adorations covered years of degradation. When she cried out his name, it was like reclaiming a piece of herself long thought lost. Afterward, they lay tangled together, her head on his chest, his fingers tracing patterns on her bare shoulder. I never stopped looking for you, he said quietly, after you disappeared from River's Edge. Before I knew about him. Glory raised her head to look at him.
What?
I knew something was wrong when you didn't answer my calls. Went to your parents' house, but they'd already moved. His arms tightened around her. Traced them to Boston. By then, you were already engaged. The revelation stunned her. You never told me. What was there to say? You seemed happy in the photos. Smiling on his arm. Bitterness edged his voice. If I'd known the truth. You couldn't have known. She touched his face. I didn't want anyone to know. Knox caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. No more secrets between us. Promise me. I promise. And she meant it. As they drifted toward sleep, wrapped in each other's arms, Glory felt something close to peace for the first time in years. She woke hours later to a cold, empty bed. A note had been left on the pillow beside her. But this wasn't Knox's handwriting. A single red rose lay across the paper. The note, in elegant script, still beautiful when you sleep, even in a biker's bed. See. Glory's scream brought the entire clubhouse running. Chapter 10. How the hell did he get in here? Knox's voice boomed through the clubhouse, rage barely contained. This place is supposed to be secure. Glory sat huddled in a corner of the main room, a blanket around her shoulders, the rose and note sealed in a plastic bag on the table before her. Club members paced and cursed, checking windows, doors, security cameras. No sign of forced entry, Dice reported. Cameras didn't catch anything. Then someone let him in, Knox snarled. Or, he has a key. Impossible, Riggs protested. Only members have keys. Then someone screwed up. Knox turned to Glory. Are you sure it was his handwriting? She nodded. I'd know it anywhere. Knox paced like a caged animal. He was in my room, while we were sleeping. The implications hung heavy in the air. He could have. Glory couldn't finish the thought. Couldn't voice the terror of how vulnerable they'd been. But he didn't, Pike interjected. He left a flower instead.
Why?
Because it's not about killing me, Glory said quietly. It's about control. Showing he can get to me whenever he wants. Knox's phone buzzed. He checked it, face darkening further. What now? Dice asked. Without a word, Knox handed him the phone. On the screen was a video message from an unknown number. Dice pressed play, then cursed. What is it? Glory demanded. Dice hesitated, then passed her the phone. The video showed her and Knox asleep in bed. The camera panned slowly across their entangled bodies, the sheet barely covering them. Then it zoomed in on her face, peaceful in sleep, unaware of the predator so close. Nausea rolled through her. Oh God. This ends now, Knox growled, snatching back the phone. I'm going to find the son of a bitch and… Wait. Glory grabbed his arm. There's more. She was right. A text followed the video. Enjoying my leftovers, Knox? Don't get too attached. She's coming home soon. See. Another text pinged in. Check your email. I've shared our little video with some friends. What email?
Glory asked.
Knox's jaw clenched. Club email. For business. He moved to a laptop on the bar, typing rapidly. His face went ashen as he read. What is it? Dice moved to look over his shoulder. Jesus Christ. On the screen was an email to the Devil's Rec official address. The video attached. The recipient list included the local sheriff, several ATF agents, and a dozen other names. The message was simple. Thought you should see what the Devil's Rec is hiding. A fugitive wife. A planned murder. Ask Knox Wilder about Cassian Vale. A concerned citizen. He's trying to bring heat on the club, Dice said grimly. It's working. Knox slammed the laptop closed. Sheriff Davis just texted. Wants us to come in for questioning. Panic clawed at Glory's throat.
He can't do that.
This is a setup. Standard procedure when someone makes allegations. Knox ran a hand through his hair. Davis is reasonable. We've had an understanding for years. Cashion will get to him, Glory warned. If he hasn't already. What does this asshole want? Riggs demanded. Besides his wife back. To destroy anyone who helps me, Glory said quietly. That's his pattern. Isolate. Eliminate support systems. Leave no options but him. Knox knelt before her, taking her hands. He won't win. I promise you that. You don't know him like I do. Her voice broke. He'll burn everything to the ground. Your club. Your life. Everything. Let him try. Knox's eyes were steel. I'm not running, and neither are you. His phone buzzed again. Another message. This time it was Cashion's voice, smooth as silk. I always found it fascinating how bikers pretend to be outlaws while being so vulnerable to the law. One anonymous tip about weapons or drugs, and suddenly there are search warrants. Raids. Asset seizures. All very messy. Glory felt sick. He's threatening your club directly now. My lawyers are already drafting complaints, Cashion's voice continued. Harassment.
Kidnapping.
Perhaps even sex trafficking, given Glory's precarious mental state. I have witnesses who'll testify she's not competent to consent. Knox's knuckles whitened around the phone. Of course, these things can be resolved privately, Cashion concluded. Man to man. Just you and me. Call the number when you're ready to discuss terms. You have 24 hours before my attorneys file. The message ended. He's bluffing, Knox growled. He can't make those charges stick. He doesn't need to, Glory said. Just filing them would bring scrutiny. Investigation. How clean is your club, Knox? Really? The silence that answered her question was telling. What's this really about? Dice asked. Because it seems like an awful lot of trouble for one woman. No offense, he added to Glory. It's not about me, Glory said. Not really. It's about winning. Cashion doesn't lose. Ever. Knox stood, decision made. I'm meeting him. No. Glory grabbed his arm. That's exactly what he wants. Maybe. Knox's expression was grim. But I can't risk the club. Brother, Dice interjected. Think this through. I have. Knox turned to Glory. I need to know what he wants. What he's really after. Me, she said simply. Broken. Subservient. Or dead. We'll see about that. Knox checked his gun, tucking it into his waistband. Dice, color lawyer. Get ahead of this. Dice nodded. What about her? He jerked his chin toward Glory. She stays here. Triple the guard. No one in or out without verification. Knox's eyes met Glory's. I'll be back. You can't do this alone, she protested. I'm not. He gestured to Pike and two others. My brothers have my back. Before Glory could argue further, the clubhouse door burst open. Lena rushed in, face pale. You need to see this, she said, waving her phone. Local news just broke it. She pulled up a video on her phone. A polished female reporter stood outside the county courthouse. Allegations of criminal activity surrounding the notorious motorcycle club known as Devil's Wreck. Sources claim the group is harboring a fugitive woman who faked her own death to escape her husband. The woman, identified as Glory Vale, is believed to be suffering from mental illness that led to violent outbursts. The reporter continued, but Glory couldn't hear over the rushing in her ears. Cashion hadn't waited 24 hours. He'd already started his campaign. Turn it off, Knox ordered. There's more, Lena warned. They're saying the club kidnapped her, that you're holding her against her will. That's insane, Knox exploded. It's Cashion, Glory said numbly. This is how he works. He's controlling the narrative. Knox's phone rang, the sheriff. He answered, his expression darkening as he listened. Yes. She's here voluntarily? No. No one's being held against their will. That's bullshit and you know it, Davis. When he hung up, his face was grim. Sheriff's on his way, with a warrant. For you, he told Glory. Cashion's filed a psychiatric hold. The room spun around her. He can't do that. Apparently he can. Your father signed an affidavit saying you're unstable. A danger to yourself. The betrayal, though expected, cut deep. My father? I'm sorry. Knox's expression softened. But we're not letting them take you. If I run, it proves his point, Glory argued. Makes me look guilty, unstable. And if you don't, he gets you back. Knox shook his head. Not happening. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. We need a plan, Dice urged. Fast. Knox thought for a moment, then nodded. Riggs, get the truck. Back entrance. Pike, create a distraction out front when the sheriff arrives. And me?
Glory asked.
Knox took her face in his hands. You trust me? Despite everything, she nodded. Then get in that truck and don't look back. He pressed a burner phone into her palm. Go to the address programmed in here. Wait for my call. What are you going to do? His eyes were cold steel. End this. Once and for all. The sirens grew louder, nearly at the clubhouse gates. I can't leave you to face this alone, Glory protested. You're not. Knox kissed her hard, quick. This is just strategy. Divide and conquer. Riggs appeared at the back door. Truck's ready. Go, Knox urged.
Now.
With one last desperate glance, Glory followed Riggs through the back door into the desert night. The safe house was a small cabin in the mountains, 2 hours from town. Isolated. Secure. Stocked with enough supplies to last weeks. Glory paced the worn floorboards, the burner phone clutched in her hand. 6 hours since she'd left the clubhouse. No call. No word. The small television provided her only window to the outside world. Local news showed footage of the sheriff's department at the Devil's Wreck clubhouse. Reports of resistance and obstruction. Brief shots of club members in handcuffs. No sign of Knox. When the phone finally rang, she nearly dropped it in her haste to answer. "Hello. It's me." Knox's voice, tense but steady. "Are you safe?" "Yes." Relief flooded her. "What happened?" "The news said." "Forget the news. Most of the guys were released. No charges yet." "Most? What about you?" "I'm fine." His tone suggested otherwise. "But we've got a problem." Cashion sent a video to every law enforcement agency in the state. "What video?" "Us, Glory. In bed." Knox's voice tightened. "Along with documented proof of your mental instability and my history of violence." A cold dread pooled in her stomach. "He's framing you for abducting me." "It gets worse. His lawyers are pushing for federal charges, claiming I helped you fake your death, that we conspired together years ago." "That's insane. You didn't even know." "Doesn't matter. He's got witnesses. Paperwork. Even an old love letter he claims proves we were in contact while you were married." Glory felt sick. "He's fabricated evidence." "Very convincing evidence, according to our lawyer." Knox sighed. "The club's under investigation now. ATF, FBI, local police. They're tearing apart the clubhouse as we speak." "This is my fault," Glory whispered.
No.
Knox's voice hardened. "This is Cashion's fault. No one else's." "What do we do now?" A long pause. "I'm coming to you. Leaving tonight." "Won't they follow you?" "Let me worry about that."
His voice softened.
"Just be ready to move when I get there." "Knox," she hesitated. "I'm scared." "I know, baby. So am I." The rare admission of fear sent a chill down her spine. "But we'll get through this. Together." After he hung up, Glory sat on the cabin's small porch, staring at the star-filled sky. The same stars she'd watched with Knox as teenagers, dreaming of a future together. Now that future balanced on a knife's edge, threatened by a man who saw her as property to be reclaimed. Her burner phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number. Heart-pounding, she opened it. A photo of Knox's motorcycle, parked behind what looked like a motel. Asterisk, he thinks he's being careful. Isn't that cute? See, asterisk. Glory's blood turned to ice. Cashion had found Knox. Before she could call to warn him, another text arrived. A video. Knox entering a motel room. The camera following. Knox turning, surprise registering on his face before a flash and a muffled sound. The video ended. Glory screamed into the empty night, the phone falling from nerveless fingers. Chapter 11. Glory's hands shook as she tried Knox's burner for the 20th time. Straight to voicemail. The video replayed in her mind, Knox turning, the flash, the sound. Not quite a gunshot. A taser, maybe? Or something else. She paced the cabin, mind racing. If Cashion had Knox, he'd make contact soon. Use Knox as leverage to draw her out. Unless Knox was already dead.
No.
She couldn't think that way. Cashion wouldn't kill him outright, not his style. He'd want to savor it. Make her watch. Dawn broke, casting long shadows through the cabin windows. Glory hadn't slept, hadn't eaten. Just waited, phone in hand, for the call she knew would come. When it finally rang, she nearly dropped it. Knox, she answered desperately. Not quite. Cashion's smooth voice sent ice through her veins. Though he's here with me. Would you like to say hello? Muffled sounds in the background. Then Knox's voice, strained but defiant. Don't listen to him, Glory. Don't. A thud. A grunt of pain. Stop.
Glory cried.
Don't hurt him. That depends entirely on you, darling. Cashion's tone was conversational, as if discussing dinner plans. I've made a mess of your boyfriend, I'm afraid. Nothing permanent. Yet. What do you want? As if she didn't know. You, of course. Home where you belong. A pause. Though we'll need to discuss your recent indiscretions. Let Knox go, and I'll come, she said immediately. Just tell me where. So eager. She could hear the smile in his voice. I'm afraid it's not that simple. What do you mean? Your biker friend has caused me considerable trouble. There are consequences for that. This is between you and me, Cashion. Glory fought to keep her voice steady. He has nothing to do with it. On the contrary, he has everything to do with it. Cashion's voice hardened. I know who he is to you. What he is. Your first love. The road not taken. Another sound of impact, another grunt from Knox. Please, Glory begged. I'll do whatever you want. Yes, you will. Cashion's certainty chilled her. Starting with this. Come alone to the address I'm about to text you. No police. No biker friends.
Just you.
And then you'll let Knox go? Then we'll discuss terms. Not a promise. Not even close. I need to know he'll be safe. You're hardly in a position to make demands, Glory. Cashion's voice turned silky. But I'll tell you what. Come to me willingly, and I won't make you watch him die. That's my only offer. The call ended. Seconds later, a text arrived with an address. An abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. Glory stared at it, knowing it was a trap. Knowing Cashion had no intention of letting either of them walk away. She needed help. But the club was under investigation, members likely still in custody. Lena had no resources to face someone like Cashion. There was no one. Just as he'd planned all along. Glory sank onto the couch, despair threatening to overwhelm her. Then her eyes fell on her duffel bag in the corner. The wooden box she'd brought from her trailer. Slowly, she retrieved it, opening the lid to reveal her few treasures from her previous life. The photo of her parents. Her mother's locket. And beneath them, wrapped in tissue paper, a small disposable camera. The insurance she'd mentioned to Knox. Evidence of Cashion's crimes. Glory stared at it, an idea forming. A dangerous, desperate idea. She checked the burner phone's contacts. Knox had programmed several numbers besides his. One labeled simply Pike. She dialed. Who is this? Pike's gruff voice answered. Glory. I need help. A pause. Knox is missing. Cashion has him, she said quickly. Sent me video. He's hurt but alive. A stream of curses. Where are you? The safe house. But listen, I have a plan. I need a camera with a good zoom lens. And the name of a reporter who can't be bought. What are you thinking? Pike sounded wary. Cashion's careful. Controlled. But he has a room where he keeps trophies. Evidence of what he's done. Glory's voice strengthened. I have photos. Not developed yet, but they're on this camera. Jesus. Pike exhaled heavily. And you think that's enough to stop him? Combined with new evidence? Yes. Glory stood, determination replacing fear. He wants me to come alone. And I will. But not unprepared. It's too dangerous. He'll kill Knox either way, she said bluntly. This is our only chance. A long silence. Then, I'll be there in an hour. Got a guy who works at the Chronicle. Straight arrow. Hates corruption. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Pike warned. This goes sideways. We're all dead. 3 hours later, Glory stood before the mirror in the cabin's small bathroom. She'd dyed her hair back to blonde, using a box Pike had brought. Washed away the last traces of Wren Cade. The woman who stared back at her was neither the innocent girl Knox had loved nor the broken wife who'd fled Cashion. She was someone new. Someone forged in fire. Ready? Pike asked from the doorway. Glory nodded. The reporter? In position near the factory. Got a telephoto lens that could spot a flea on a dog's ass from half a mile. Pike handed her a small device. Put this in your bra. It's a tracker and a transmitter. We'll hear everything. Cashion will search me. Not there, he won't. Pike's face remained impassive. Not at first. Glory swallowed. And the photos? Jones has them. Jones, the reporter, said if they show what you claim, it's front-page news. It won't matter if we're dead, Glory said quietly. You won't be. Pike's expression was granite. 3 of our guys are positioned around that factory already. Dice called in favors. Half the club's facing charges, but the other half is with you. Unexpected tears pricked her eyes.
Why?
After everything I've brought down on you. You're Knox's old lady. Pike said it simply, as if it explained everything. That makes you family. The term, old lady, should have offended her. Instead, it warmed something cold inside her chest. Family. She hadn't had that in a long time. If this doesn't work, she began. It will. Pike checked his gun, tucking it into his waistband. But if it doesn't, Cassian Vale dies tonight. Either way, it ends. Glory nodded, steeling herself. Let's go. The abandoned factory loomed against the darkening sky, windows broken, walls covered in graffiti. Glory parked her jeep where instructed, in full view of the main entrance. I'm here, she spoke aloud, knowing Pike and the others could hear through the transmitter. Going in alone. She stepped out of the jeep, the desert wind whipping her newly blonde hair. Spotlights suddenly blazed from the factory roof, illuminating her. How theatrical, she muttered. The main door creaked open. 2 men in dark suits emerged, Cashion security. They approached, faces impassive. Hands up, one ordered. Glory complied, allowing them to search her. They found nothing, just as Pike had predicted. These initial guards wouldn't risk touching her intimately. That would come later, if Cashion ordered it. She's clean, the guard reported into a radio. Bring her, came the response. They escorted her inside, through debris-strewn halls to what must have once been a manager's office. The space had been transformed, expensive furniture incongruous against the decaying walls. A leather couch, a mahogany desk, crystal decanters of amber liquid. And tied to a chair in the center of the room, bloodied but conscious, was Knox. His face was a mess, eyes swollen shut, lips split, dried blood crusting his nose. But when he saw her, his good eye widened in alarm. No, he rasped. Glory, run. Shut up, one of the guards snapped, striking Knox across the face. That's enough, Marcus. Cashion stepped from the shadows, immaculate in a tailored suit. We have a guest. Glory's heart hammered against her ribs, but she kept her expression neutral. Let him go, Cashion. I'm here now. Yes, you are. Cashion approached, circling her like a shark. Blonde again. I approve. I didn't do it for you.
No?
Then for whom? His gaze flicked to Knox. For him? Your high school sweetheart. She said nothing. Cashion sighed. I've been very patient, Glory, giving you time to experiment. So your wild oats, as they say. He gestured dismissively at Knox. But playtime is over. It was never a game to me. No. Cashion smiled thinly. What would you call disappearing for 5 years? Faking your death? Making me a laughingstock in our social circle? Survival, she said simply. Something dangerous flashed across his face. You weren't in danger. Wasn't I? She touched her throat, where faint scars remained from his fingers. You were killing me, Cashion. Slowly, then all at once. Dramatic as ever. He moved to a table, poured himself a drink. You need help, Glory. Professional help. Your father agrees. My father is a coward who sold his daughter to save himself. Cashion's smile tightened. He's a pragmatist. Like me. Let Knox go, Glory said again. This is between us. It might have been. Cashion sipped his drink, before he put his hands on what's mine. Knox struggled against his bonds. She doesn't belong to you, you sick son of a... One of the guards struck him again, cutting off his words. Stop it, Glory cried. Please, just, what do you want from me? Cashion set down his glass. What I've always wanted.
You.
Home. Behaving like a proper wife. He stepped closer. But first, you need to understand the consequences of betrayal. He nodded to the guards. One drew a knife, holding it to Knox's throat. No. Glory stepped forward, only to be restrained by the other guard. Cashion, don't do this. You brought this on yourself, Cashion said calmly. On both of you. You're right, she said quickly. I did. It's my fault. Punish me, not him. Oh, I intend to. Cassion's smile chilled her blood. But watching him die knowing you led him to this? That's punishment. If you kill him, I'll never be what you want, Glory warned. I'll fight you every day for the rest of my life. You tried that once, Cashion reminded her. It didn't end well for you. I'm not the same woman I was then. No. Cashion approached her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. We'll see about that. Knox growled, straining at his ropes. Cashion ignored him, focused entirely on Glory. You have a choice to make, darling, he said softly. Come home willingly. Resume your duties as my wife. Never speak of this unfortunate episode again. He gestured to Knox. And perhaps your friend lives. And if I refuse? Then you still come home with me. Cashion's smile was cold. But you'll carry his death on your conscience. Along with the others. Others? Glory felt sick. Your little friend at the bar. Lena, is it? The club members who helped you. He shrugged. Collateral damage. Glory stared at him, seeing clearly for the first time the monster beneath the polished exterior. How had she ever missed it? You're insane, she whispered. I'm determined, he corrected. There's a difference. Cashion returned to his desk, opening a drawer. I had your things packed up, ready for your homecoming. He withdrew a small jewelry box, including this. He opened it, revealing her wedding ring, the one she'd left behind the night she escaped. The diamond caught the harsh overhead light, winking mockingly. Well, Glory? Cashion held out the ring. What's it going to be? Glory looked at Knox, bruised and bleeding because of her. At the guards, hands on their weapons. At Cashion, confident in his victory. She stepped forward, reaching for the ring. Cashion's smile widened. I knew you'd make the right choice. I am, Glory said softly. Then she spat in his face. Cashion recoiled, rage replacing his composure. You ungrateful bitch. His hand whipped across her face, knocking her to the floor. The transmitter in her bra dug into her skin as she fell. Kill him, Cashion ordered coldly. Make her watch. No. Glory scrambled to her knees. Cashion, wait. He grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back. You had your chance. I have something you want, she gasped. Something more valuable than me. What could you possibly have? Glory met his eyes. The camera, Cashion. The one with photos of your trophy room. His hand froze in her hair. What? Insurance, she explained. From before I left. I gave it to a reporter tonight, along with your location. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Cashion's face. You're lying. Am I? Glory smiled through her fear. You taught me well, husband. Always have leverage. Outside, they heard the distant wail of sirens. Cashion's face contorted with rage. You stupid. The windows exploded inward, smoke grenades rolling across the floor. The room filled with thick gray clouds as shouts and gunfire erupted from multiple directions. Glory felt herself shoved roughly to the ground, Cashion's weight pinning her. Something cold pressed against her temple, his gun. You don't run from me, he hissed in her ear. Not again. Through the smoke, shapes moved, Pike and the other club members, she hoped. The guards were returning fire, using the desk for cover. You think your biker friends can save you? Cashion dragged her to her knees. I'll kill you before they reach us. No, you won't, Glory said with sudden clarity. You need me alive. Your perfect wife. Your possession. His arm tightened around her throat. I'd rather see you dead than with him. Then do it, she challenged. Pull the trigger. Prove you're exactly the monster I've told everyone you are. Outside, more sirens approached. Cashion's head turned slightly, distracted by the sound. Glory seized her chance. She drove her elbow back into his stomach, feeling the satisfying expulsion of breath. The gun wavered. She grabbed his wrist, twisting with all her strength. The weapon fired, the bullet embedding itself in the ceiling. Cashion snarled, slamming her into the floor. Stars exploded behind her eyes. He straddled her, hands closing around her throat, an echo of the night she'd fled. You're mine, he growled, fingers tightening. If I can't have you, no one will. Glory clawed at his hands, lungs burning, vision darkening at the edges. Then suddenly, the pressure was gone. Knox stood above them, freed from his bonds, blood streaming from fresh wounds. He tackled Cashion off her, both men now grappling on the floor. "Glory, run!" Knox shouted, landing a vicious blow to Cassian's jaw. But she didn't run. Not this time. Instead, she scrambled for Cassian's fallen gun, fingers closing around the grip. "Knox, move," she yelled. Knox rolled aside just as Cashion pulled a knife from his jacket. Glory aimed the weapon, hands steady despite everything. "It's over, Cashion," she said clearly. "You don't owe me anymore." For one moment, their eyes locked, predator and prey, positions finally reversed. Cashion smiled, bloody and terrifying. "You won't shoot me. You don't have it in you. You're wrong." Glory's finger tightened on the trigger. "I'm not running anymore." The gun didn't waver in her hands. But before she could fire, police officers swarmed through the shattered windows. Reporters followed, cameras flashing. "Police!" Everyone freeze. Cashion's face contorted with rage as he realized he was being photographed, documented, exposed. "Cassian Vale." An officer approached cautiously. "You're under arrest for kidnapping, assault, and attempted murder." As they hauled Cashion to his feet, he locked eyes with Glory one last time. "This isn't over," he promised quietly. "You don't get to walk away from me." Glory stepped forward, making sure the cameras caught her words. "I'm not walking, Cashion. I'm leaving you in ashes." She watched as they led him away, his perfect suit torn and bloodied, his mask of civilized control finally shattered. Knox appeared at her side, arms sliding around her waist. "You did it," he murmured. "It's over." But Glory knew better. Men like Cashion didn't stay down. "No," she said quietly. "It's just beginning." Chapter 12. "Absolutely not," Knox growled, pacing the small hospital room like a caged animal. "It's too dangerous." Glory watched him from the bed, her throat still bruised from Cashion's fingers. 2 days had passed since the standoff at the abandoned factory. Cashion was in custody, denied bail as a flight risk, but none of them believed he'd stay there long. "It's our only chance," she argued. "His lawyers are already spinning the story, claiming I'm unstable, that the photos were faked." "Let them spin." Knox's face was a mess of bruises, stitches across his eyebrow where Cashion's men had worked him over. "The cops have enough to hold him." Pike cleared his throat from the doorway. "Actually, they don't." Both turned to look at him. "Just got word from Jones," Pike continued, referring to the reporter who'd covered the raid. "Cashion's team is claiming entrapment, saying Knox kidnapped you, that Cashion was just trying to rescue his mentally ill wife." "That's insane," Knox exploded. "Doesn't matter. His lawyers filed for an emergency hearing tomorrow." Pike's expression was grim. "Judge Harmond." "Shit," Knox muttered. "Who's Judge Harmond?" Glory asked. "Plays golf with half the power brokers in the state," Pike explained, "including, apparently, Cashion's father." Glory's hands tightened on the hospital blanket. "He'll walk." "Probably," Pike admitted. And then, he didn't need to finish. They all knew what would happen next. Cashion wouldn't stop until he had her. Or until they were all dead. "That's why we need to do this," Glory insisted. "Draw him out. On our terms. By offering you as bait?" Knox's voice rose. "No way in hell. It's not your decision." Glory's tone matched his in intensity. "This is my fight." "Our fight," Knox corrected. "Ever since he sent his goons after me." "Then let me help end it." Dice appeared in the doorway beside Pike. "Plan's solid, brother.
Clean.
Public enough to be safe, private enough to get what we need." The club president had been skeptical at first, but seeing the evidence of Cashion's obsession, the photos from the trophy room, the escalating violence, had convinced him. An underground bike meet? Knox shook his head. Too many variables. "It's perfect," Glory countered. "Neutral ground. Plenty of witnesses, but none who'd talk to cops. And Cashion would never expect me there. He'll have security. So will we." Pike patted the concealed weapon under his jacket. And we'll have recordings of everything he says, Dice added. Jones will be there undercover. Get Cashion on record threatening you, admitting past abuse. We need more than that, Glory said quietly. We need him to crack. To reveal who he really is, not just to me but to everyone. Knox stopped pacing, studying her face. You want to bait him into attacking you publicly? She held his gaze. Yes.
No.
He shook his head violently. Too risky. We'll be right there, Pike promised. He won't get close enough to hurt her. You don't know him like I do, Glory warned. When Cashion loses control, he's unpredictable, dangerous. That's what we're counting on, Dice said. Get him to show his true face. Knox ran a hand through his hair, conflict clear on his face. I don't like it. You don't have to like it, Glory said softly. You just have to trust me. Their eyes locked, years of history suspended between them. Always have, he finally admitted. Even when I shouldn't. Glory held out her hand. After a moment, Knox took it, entwining their fingers. We do this together, she insisted. No lone wolf heroics. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Look who's talking. The underground bike meet was held in an abandoned quarry 2 hours outside town. By midnight, hundreds of motorcycles filled the space, their owners drinking, gambling, and showing off custom work under portable floodlights. The Devil's Wreck had staked out territory near the main gathering, their bikes arranged in a defensive circle. Club members moved through the crowd, alert for any sign of trouble. Glory sat on the back of Knox's Harley, her newly blonde hair tucked under a bandana. She wore jeans, boots, and one of Knox's leather jackets, too big for her frame, but carrying his scent, a comfort in the chaos. Any sign? She asked, scanning the crowd. Knox shook his head, one hand resting protectively on her knee. Not yet. But he'll come. The club had leaked word of their location through channels they knew Cashion was monitoring. Out on bail with an ankle monitor that mysteriously malfunctioned, he'd be unable to resist the chance to confront them on what he'd see as his terms. You're sure about this? Knox asked for the dozenth time. We can still walk away. And then what? Glory challenged. Keep running? Looking over our shoulders until he finally catches us off guard. We could disappear. The club has connections. New identities, new start. The offer tempted her. But she'd tried running once. It had only delayed the inevitable. No, she said firmly. I'm done running from him. Knox's expression softened. He leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers. Stubborn as always. You love it, she teased, some of her old fire returning. God help me, I do. He kissed her, quick but fierce. Stay close to me, no matter what happens. A commotion near the quarry entrance drew their attention. Bikers parted as 3 black SUVs rolled into the space, incongruous against the sea of motorcycles. He's here, Pike said unnecessarily, materializing beside them. Glory's heart hammered against her ribs, but she kept her expression neutral. Positions? Dice and 3 others behind those rocks, Pike indicated with a subtle nod. Jones is by the beer tent with a camera. 2 more of our guys in the crowd near the entrance. The SUVs stopped. Security men in dark suits emerged from the first and last vehicles, scanning the crowd with professional detachment. Then the middle door opened, and Cashion stepped out. He looked immaculate as always, but Glory noted subtle changes, a tightness around his eyes, a barely contained fury in the set of his jaw. He wore an expensive leather jacket over designer jeans, attempting to blend in but achieving the opposite. His gaze swept the gathering until it locked on Glory. Even at a distance, she felt the possessive heat of it. Ready? Knox asked quietly. Glory nodded, unable to speak past the sudden dryness in her throat. They moved forward together, Knox's arm around her waist, club members falling in behind them. A path cleared through the crowd, bikers sensing the coming confrontation and eager for the show. They stopped 10 feet from Cashion, his security flanking him. Bold move coming here, Knox called, voice carrying across the suddenly quieter space. Seems your ankle monitor isn't working too well. Cashion smiled thinly. technical glitch. These things happen. His eyes never left Glory. You look well, darling. Blonde suits you. Though, I'm not sure about the— He gestured to her attire. Aesthetic. What do you want, Cashion? Glory asked, proud of how steady her voice sounded. To talk. He spread his hands in a reasonable gesture. Just talk. Nothing to say. I think there is. Cashion stepped forward. His security tensed, as did the club members. I'm willing to forgive your indiscretions. The lies. The very public embarrassment. Generous of you, Glory said coldly. I am generous. Cashion's smile didn't reach his eyes. Come home, Glory. This has gone on long enough. Knox's arm tightened around her waist. She is home. Cashion's gaze flicked to him, dismissive. This isn't about you. Anything involving Glory involves me, Knox growled. Sweet, Cashion mocked. But temporary. She'll tire of playing biker chick eventually. Throughout the exchange, they'd been moving, Cashion stepping closer, Glory and Knox holding their ground. The crowd formed a loose circle around them, sensing blood in the water. You don't know me at all, Glory said, louder now, aware of the watching eyes. You never did. I know everything about you. Cashion's voice softened, became almost intimate. Your favorite flowers. How you take your coffee. The sounds you make when you— That's not knowing someone. Glory cut him off. That's inventory. A muscle ticked in Cashion's jaw. We had a life together.
No.
You had a life. I had a cage. Cashion's expression darkened. Is that what you tell yourself? That you are some helpless victim? Glory stepped away from Knox, ignoring his attempt to pull her back. This was why they were here. To provoke Cashion, make him show his true nature. Not helpless, she said clearly. Just trapped. By a man who confused ownership with love. Cashion's laugh was sharp, cruel. Love? Is that what you think this is about? The naked contempt in his voice sent a chill through the gathering crowd. You were an investment, Glory. A purchase. His mask slipped further. Your father offered you as collateral against his debts. A pretty trinket to secure my family's continued support. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Somewhere, Jones was recording every word. And I was supposed to be grateful? Glory demanded. For being traded like property? You should have been. Cashion's voice rose. I gave you everything. A beautiful home. Designer clothes. The best of everything. Except freedom. Freedom to do what? Wait tables? Live in a trailer? Spread your legs for some greasy biker? Cashion sneered. Look at you now. Playing at rebellion like a teenager. Knox started forward, but Glory held out a hand, stopping him. This was her battle. You know what I think, Cashion? She stepped closer, ignoring Knox's warning look. I think you're terrified that I prefer this life, this man, to everything you offered. It wounds your pride that your money, your control, your bed wasn't enough to make me stay. Cashion's face contorted, the composed facade cracking completely. You ungrateful bitch. There he is, Glory said softly. The real Cassian Vale. Not the charming businessman. The monster behind the mask. She turned to the crowd, raising her voice. This man kept me prisoner for 3 years. Isolated me from friends and family. Beat me when I disobeyed. Stalked me when I escaped. Cashion's eyes darted around, suddenly aware of his audience. She's lying. She's mentally ill. Show them your hands, Cashion, Glory challenged. The ones you used to choke me, to break my ribs, to hold me down while you— Enough, he roared, lunging forward. Everything happened at once. Knox moved to intercept. Security reached for weapons. Club members surged forward. But it was Glory who met Cashion head-on, standing her ground as he grabbed her arms, fingers digging into her flesh. You think these people care? That they believe you, he hissed, face inches from hers. You're nothing without me. Nothing. Let her go, Knox warned, voice deadly quiet. Or what? Cashion's grip tightened, bruising. You'll add assault to your list of charges? They're rebuilding the case against your precious club as we speak. Weapons.
Drugs.
By the time my lawyers are done, you'll all be in prison. Worth it, Knox said simply, stepping closer. Stop, Glory ordered, eyes locked with Cassion's. Both of you. She didn't struggle against Cassion's hold. Instead, she leaned into it, her voice dropping to an intimate murmur. You want to know what really kills you, Cashion? It's not that I left. It's that I survived. Her smile was razor-sharp. I found happiness without you. Found someone who loves me without needing to own me. Cassion's control snapped. Baby names, he snarled suddenly, confusing everyone but Glory. Remember how we used to talk about baby names? The non-sequitur struck her like a physical blow, memories flooding back of the darkest part of their marriage. The pregnancy she'd lost after he'd pushed her down the stairs. Alexander for a boy, Cashion continued, voice honey-sweet but eyes blazing. Charlotte for a girl. We were so close, weren't we? Before your accident. Glory went rigid, all color draining from her face. Across the gathered crowd, camera phones recorded every word, every expression. Jones had positioned himself perfectly, capturing it all. That wasn't an accident, Glory whispered. You pushed me. Because I said I wanted to visit my mother. You fell, Cashion corrected smoothly. Tragic, really. In your delicate condition. Knox surged forward, but Pike caught him, whispering urgently in his ear. Wait. Let him hang himself, Glory felt something break loose inside her chest, a dam of silence, of shame, of secrets kept too long. You killed our baby, she said, voice rising with each word. And then you made me believe it was my fault. Chapter 13. A hush fell over the quarry. Cashion's face went slack with shock, not at the accusation, but that she'd dared to speak it aloud. You have no idea what you're talking about, he said, voice dangerously soft. The doctors said what you told them to say. Glory cut him off. What you paid them to say. Her voice carried across the now silent crowd. Even the most hardened bikers stood transfixed by the raw pain in her words. You pushed me down a flight of marble stairs, Cashion. I was 11 weeks pregnant. The memories she'd suppressed for years poured out like poison from a wound. I begged you to call an ambulance. You waited 2 hours, making sure the baby was gone before you got me help. Cashion's fingers dug deeper into her arms. Stop talking, he hissed. But Glory was beyond fear now, beyond caution. She wasn't just doing this for the cameras anymore. This was her truth, bottled up too long. You told the emergency room I was clumsy, that I'd slipped. Her eyes never left his. You cried such convincing tears while they stitched me up. Everyone thought you were a heartbroken father-to-be. I was heartbroken, Cashion insisted, but uncertainty flickered across his face as he registered the watching crowd. You were angry, Glory corrected, because a baby would have made me harder to control, given me something to love besides you. Something dark and unreadable passed over Cashion's features. You're making yourself the victim again. Poor Glory, always suffering. I am a victim, she acknowledged, straightening her spine. But not anymore. With sudden, violent force, she broke his hold, staggering back. Knox caught her, steadying her against his chest. We're done here, she told Cashion, voice steady despite her trembling hands. Done forever. Cashion's mouth twisted. Nothing is ever done between us, Glory. Not until I say it is.
No.
She shook her head. I'm saying it now. Enough. The single word seemed to echo across the quarry. Enough fear. Enough running. Enough letting you define who I am. Cashion's facade cracked entirely. Gone was the controlled businessman, the charming husband. In his place stood something feral, something Glory had only glimpsed in their most private moments. You think it's that easy, he snarled. That you can just walk away? Yes, she said simply. That's exactly what I think. She turned her back on him, the ultimate dismissal, and began walking away, Knox's arm around her waist. The crowd parted, murmuring. Pike and other club members fell in behind them, a protective barrier between Glory and Cashion. "You belong to me," Cashion shouted after her. "You hear me, Glory? You're mine." She kept walking. With a roar of rage, Cashion lunged forward, only to be blocked by his own security, who recognized the danger of the situation. "Let me go," he ordered, struggling against their restraining arms. "Sir, there are too many witnesses," one guard murmured urgently. "Cameras. Think about the optics." Cashion froze, suddenly aware of the dozens of phones pointed in his direction. The careful image he'd cultivated for years, successful businessman, wronged husband, was crumbling before their eyes. "This isn't over," he called, voice carrying across the quarry. "I'll take her in pieces if I have to." Glory kept walking, back straight, head high, until they reached Knox's motorcycle. Only then did she allow herself to tremble, her knees nearly buckling beneath her. "I've got you," Knox murmured, holding her steady. "You did it." She nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. Years of silence, of shame, of carrying the weight of Cashion's crimes alone, she'd finally laid them bare. "Let's get out of here," she managed finally. Before a commotion near the SUVs drew their attention. Cashion had broken free of his security, shoving one man to the ground. He was stalking toward them, face contorted with rage. "Get on," Knox ordered, swinging onto his bike.
"Now."
Glory climbed on behind him, arms wrapping around his waist as the engine roared to life. Pike and two other riders positioned themselves between them and Cashion, creating a barrier. "I trusted you," Cashion screamed, his composure completely shattered. "Gave you everything. And this is how you repay me." Knox gunned the engine, drowning out Cashion's words as they sped away. The rest of the club followed, a thunder of motorcycles escorting them from the quarry. In the rearview mirror, Glory caught a final glimpse of Cashion, standing alone in a cloud of dust, watching her disappear once again. Back at the clubhouse, the atmosphere was electric. Jones the reporter had sent the footage to his editors, who were rushing to get it online before morning papers. "It's all there," he told them, excitement barely contained. Every threat, every admission, his obsession with controlling you, the pregnancy. Glory nodded numbly, exhaustion settling into her bones. The adrenaline crash had left her hollow, drained. "Will it be enough?" she asked. "Legally, I mean." "Combined with the photos from his trophy room? The video of him attacking you at the factory?" Jones nodded vigorously. "It's enough to reopen the case. Get his bail revoked at minimum." "And maximum?" Knox asked, arm protectively around Glory's shoulders. "Maximum." Jones considered. "Assault. Unlawful imprisonment. Maybe attempted murder, if they can prove intent with the pregnancy." He shrugged. "Rich guys like him rarely get maximum, though." "So he'll still walk eventually," Glory said flatly. "Maybe. But as a known abuser. His reputation destroyed. Business partners backing away." Jones smiled grimly. For a man like Cassian Vale, social death might hurt worse than prison. Glory wasn't so sure. Men like Cashion always found ways to reinvent themselves, to shift blame elsewhere. But she was too tired to argue. "Get some rest," Knox told her, seeing her exhaustion. "We'll figure out next steps tomorrow." She allowed him to lead her to his room, too drained to resist. As the door closed behind them, she finally let the mask drop, tears streaming silently down her face. Knox gathered her close, holding her against his chest as she cried, for the baby she'd lost, for the years stolen from her, for the woman she might have been without Cashion's poison in her life. "I'm sorry," she whispered against his shirt. "For the scene. For losing it out there." "Don't apologize." Knox's voice rumbled beneath her ear. "What you did tonight was brave as hell." "I didn't plan to talk about." She couldn't finish. "I know." His arms tightened around her. "But it needed saying." Glory pulled back slightly, studying his bruised face in the dim light. "Did you know? About the baby?" Knox shook his head. "Not until tonight. I wanted to tell you. Before. When we were talking about everything he'd done." She swallowed hard. But I couldn't make the words come. You don't owe me explanations. His hand cupped her cheek gently. Now or ever. But I want to explain. I want you to understand. Glory drew a shaky breath. After it happened, he convinced me it was my fault. That I'd been careless. Reckless. Knox's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, letting her speak. I believed him. Hated myself for it. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes I still do. Glory. Knox tilted her chin up, making her meet his eyes. What happened wasn't your fault. None of it was. Not the baby. Not the abuse. Not any of it. The fierce certainty in his voice threatened to undo her completely. How can you be so sure?
Because I know you, he said simply. The real you.
Not the version Cashion tried to create. Glory leaned into his touch, closing her eyes. I want to believe that. Then believe it. Knox's thumb brushed away a tear. The Glory I know is strong.
Stubborn.
Brave enough to walk away from hell itself. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Sounds exhausting. It is. He smiled back, just as faintly. But worth it. They held each other in the quiet darkness, the worst of their truths finally spoken aloud. There was comfort in that, in having no more secrets between them, no more shadows where Cashion could hide. As Glory drifted toward sleep, Knox's heartbeat steady beneath her ear, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. Unknown number. Knox reached for it before she could, his expression darkening as he read the message. What is it? Glory asked, suddenly alert again. Knox hesitated, then handed her the phone. Asterisk, enjoy your victory while it lasts, darling. I always have a contingency plan. See, asterisk. Glory stared at the screen, ice creeping through her veins. What does that mean? Nothing, Knox insisted, taking the phone back. Empty threats from a desperate man. But his eyes told a different story. They both knew Cashion too well to dismiss any threat as empty. We should tell the others, Glory said, sitting up. Warn them. In the morning, Knox pulled her back down beside him. Right now, you need rest. I don't think I can sleep, she admitted. Then don't sleep. Knox's arms encircled her. Just breathe. I've got you. Glory settled against him, trying to focus on his warmth, his strength, rather than the cold dread Cashion's message had planted. For tonight, at least, they were safe. Together. But as exhaustion finally claimed her, one thought lingered at the edges of her consciousness. Cashion never made idle threats. And he never, ever lost. Chapter 14. Glory woke to an empty bed and the sound of raised voices from the clubhouse's main room. Sunlight streamed through the small window, suggesting she'd slept later than intended. She found Knox in heated discussion with Dice, Pike, and several other members. The tension in the room hit her like a physical wave. What's going on? She asked, voice still rough with sleep. Knox turned, his expression grim. Cashion's gone. What do you mean, gone? Skipped bail, Dice explained. Cut his ankle monitor, disappeared sometime last night. After the quarry? Glory felt suddenly cold. After the footage went viral, Pike added, nodding toward a laptop open on the bar. Glory moved closer, seeing the screen filled with clips from the previous night. Cashion screaming at her, admitting to the accident that killed their baby. His final threat as she walked away. The headline above the video, Tech heir Cassian Vale exposed AS abuser, flees justice. How did he get away? Glory asked, scanning the article below the video. I thought he was being monitored. Money talks, Knox said bitterly. Someone looked the other way. Or was paid to look the other way, Dice corrected. Sheriff's department claiming equipment malfunction. Glory sank onto a bar stool, the implications sinking in. He could be anywhere by now. Probably halfway to a country with no extradition, Pike suggested. But Glory shook her head.
No.
He wouldn't run. The footage destroyed him, Dice argued. His company's stock is tanking. Board of directors calling for his resignation. That wouldn't stop him, Glory insisted. It would just make him more determined. Knox studied her face, recognition dawning in his eyes. You think he's still coming for you? I know he is. She pulled out her phone, showing them the message from the night before. He said he had a contingency plan. The men exchanged looks of concern. We need to move her, Knox decided. Somewhere he wouldn't think to look. The cabin's compromised, Pike pointed out. And he knows the clubhouse. What about my place? Offered a voice from the doorway. They turned to see Lena, arms folded across her chest. Got my brother's hunting cabin up in the hills. No one knows about it except family, Knox considered. How secure? One road in. Clear sight lines. Stocked with enough firepower to hold off an army. Lena smiled grimly. My brother was the paranoid type. Was? Dice asked. Died last year. Cancer. Lena's eyes hardened. Cabin's mine now. And I'd be happy to see that pretty boy bastard try to get past me. Glory felt a rush of gratitude for the older woman. Thank you, Lena. Don't thank me yet, Lena warned.
Place isn't fancy.
Just one room. Outhouse out back. I've lived in worse, Glory assured her. When can we go? I'll take her, Knox said immediately. Dice shook his head.
Not you.
You're the first person Cashion would follow. I'm not letting her go without protection. No one said that. Dice looked around the room. Pike, you and Riggs escort them. Stay until we know it's secure. Knox started to protest, but Glory laid a hand on his arm. He's right. Cashion will be watching you closest. I don't like it, Knox growled. You don't have to like it, Dice countered. You just have to keep her alive. They spent the morning preparing, while Knox and Dice coordinated with local contacts, trying to track Cashion's movements. Glory gathered essential supplies with Lena's help. You need a weapon, the older woman said bluntly, pulling a small revolver from her purse. Know how to use one? Glory shook her head. Simple enough. Lena checked the cylinder. Loaded. Safety off. Point and pull the trigger. She demonstrated, then handed it to Glory. Don't hesitate. Men like your ex count on women hesitating. The weight of the gun felt foreign in Glory's hand, both terrifying and empowering. I hope I don't need it. So do I, honey. Lena's eyes softened. But hope isn't a strategy. By noon, they were ready. 2 bikes would escort the truck Lena would drive, with Glory hidden in the back seat under blankets. They'd take back roads, avoiding main highways where cameras might spot them. The moment of departure was harder than Glory expected. She clung to Knox in the privacy of his room, reluctant to let go. I'll be right behind you, he promised, pressing his forehead to hers. Once we're sure you're secure at the cabin, once we know Cashion's not following. And if he is? Knox's eyes turned flinty. Then we end this. Once and for all. Be careful, she whispered, kissing him with desperate intensity. I can't lose you again. You won't, he vowed. Not ever again. The goodbye was cut short by Dice's urgent knock. Time to move. Now. In the parking lot, they separated, Knox to his bike, Glory to the waiting truck where Lena sat behind the wheel, engine already running. Keep your head down, Lena instructed as Glory slid into the back seat. All the way until we're there. Glory nodded, heart pounding as she hunched out of sight, pulling blankets over herself. The revolver pressed against her side, a cold reminder of the danger they faced. The drive seemed endless, the truck bouncing over increasingly rough terrain as they left paved roads behind. Occasionally Lena would mutter updates. Passing the old mill, turning onto Forest Service Road. Almost there now. Finally, the truck slowed to a stop. Wait, Lena cautioned. Let me check it's clear. Glory heard the driver's door open and close, then silence. Minutes stretched like hours before footsteps returned. All clear, Lena called. Come on in. Glory emerged from beneath the blankets, muscles aching from being hunched so long. Outside the truck window, she saw a small log cabin nestled among tall pines. Pike and Riggs had arrived ahead of them, their bikes parked to one side. Home sweet home, Lena said wryly. For now, anyway. The cabin was indeed rustic, one room with a wood stove, small kitchenette, and a narrow bed in the corner. Hunting trophies adorned the walls, alongside an impressive collection of firearms. Your brother wasn't kidding about the firepower, Glory observed. Told you he was paranoid. Lena began unloading supplies. Turned out useful in the end. Pike appeared in the doorway. Perimeter secure. Riggs is setting up alarms on the access road. Any sign of company? Lena asked. None yet. But we'll know if anyone comes within a mile of here. Glory set down her bag, exhaustion suddenly overwhelming her. The past 24 hours, the confrontation with Cashion, the revelations, the flight to safety, caught up in a rush. Get some rest, Pike told her, noting her fatigue. I'll take first watch. She didn't argue, sinking onto the bed fully clothed. Despite her intention to merely rest her eyes, she fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Glory woke to darkness and silence. The cabin was illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the windows. How long had she slept? She sat up, disoriented, reaching for her phone.
Dead.
She'd forgotten to charge it. Lena, she called softly. No answer. Unease prickled along her spine. Where was everyone? Outside, a twig snapped. Glory froze, straining to hear. The cabin door should have creaked. She'd noticed it earlier. But what if someone had come through a window? Slowly, she reached for the revolver tucked beneath her pillow, fingers closing around the grip. Another sound, a footstep on the wooden porch. Then another. Pike, she called louder. Riggs. Nothing. Glory slipped from the bed, gun raised, backing toward the kitchenette where she'd seen a door that might lead to a pantry or storage room. Somewhere to hide. The cabin door swung open. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the night sky. Not Pike's bulk. Not Riggs's lanky frame. Hello, darling. Cashion's voice, smooth as silk. Miss me? Glory's finger tightened on the trigger. Stay back. Or what? You'll shoot me? He stepped inside, unconcerned by the weapon pointed at his chest. We both know you don't have it in you. You don't know anything about me. I know everything about you. Cashion moved further into the cabin, forcing Glory to retreat. I know you sleep curled on your right side. I know you have a tiny freckle behind your left ear. I know you cry when you come. The crude reminder of their intimate past made her stomach turn. Where are the others? Your protection detail? Cashion smiled coldly. Indisposed. Fear clutched at Glory's heart. What did you do to them? Nothing permanent. Yet. He gestured to the window. See for yourself. Glory risked a glance outside. In the moonlight, she could make out 3 figures bound to trees. Pike, Riggs, and Lena. They appeared unconscious but alive. What do you want? She demanded, though she knew the answer. You know what I want. Cashion stepped closer. The same thing I've always wanted. Me. Glory's back hit the wall. Nowhere left to retreat. Not just you. Cashion's expression darkened. Your submission. Your obedience. Your acknowledgement that you belong to me. Never again. We'll see. He moved with startling speed, knocking the gun from her hand before she could fire. Glory fought, kicking, scratching, everything Knox and Lena had taught her in their brief self-defense lessons. But Cashion had surprise and superior strength on his side. Within moments, he had her pinned against the wall, hand around her throat. I miss this fire, he whispered, lips close to her ear. You were always most beautiful when fighting. Let me go, she gasped, struggling against his grip. I can't do that. His fingers tightened slightly. You've embarrassed me, Glory. Made me look weak. There are consequences for that. The video is unfortunate, but manageable. Cashion's confidence was chilling. Money fixes most problems. The rest can be handled with more permanent solutions. Fear coursed through Glory's veins. This wasn't the controlled businessman she'd married, nor even the raging man from the quarry. This was something worse, Cashion with nothing left to lose. They'll look for me, she warned. Knox won't stop. I'm counting on it. Cashion smiled against her skin. But by then, it'll be too late for both of you. Before Glory could respond, she felt a sharp prick in her side, a needle. Cashion stepped back as her legs gave way, catching her before she hit the floor. What did you? Her voice slurred, darkness creeping at the edges of her vision. Just something to make the journey easier. Cashion lifted her effortlessly, carrying her toward the door. We have a lot to discuss when you wake up. Your rehabilitation. Your future. Our future. Glory tried to fight the drug pulling her under, tried to scream for help. But her body refused to obey. The last thing she saw before consciousness faded was the moon, hanging full and bright above the trees, indifferent to her fate. The last thing she heard was Cashion's whisper. You don't get to be anyone without me. Chapter 15. Knox knew something was wrong before he reached the cabin. The forest was too quiet, the night too still. He cut his motorcycle's engine half a mile out, approaching on foot through the dense trees. The cabin came into view, dark, silent. No sign of Pike or Riggs, whose bikes should have been visible near the porch. Unease prickled along his spine as he drew his gun, moving silently through the underbrush. A low groan from his left made him freeze. Who's there? He hissed, weapon raised. Knox. Lena's voice, weak but recognizable. Over here. He found her tied to a pine tree, blood matting her gray hair. Pike and Riggs were similarly bound nearby, both showing signs of struggle. What happened? Knox demanded, slicing through Lena's ropes with his knife. Where's Glory? Cashion. Lena spat the name like a curse. Had men with him. Professionals. Hit us before we knew what was happening. Knox's blood ran cold. Glory. Took her. Lena rubbed her raw wrists. 2, maybe 3 hours ago. Alive. Yes. She nodded grimly. Wanted her that way. Kept saying she needed to be fixed. Knox freed Pike and Riggs, checking their injuries. Concussions probably. Bruised ribs. But nothing life-threatening. Did you see which way they went? He asked as he helped Lena to her feet. She pointed east. Heard vehicles. More than one. We need to call Dice, Pike suggested, voice slurred from the blow to his head. Get the whole club. No time. Knox cut him off. Every minute she's with him. He couldn't finish the thought. You can't go alone, Riggs protested. How will you even find them? Knox pulled out his phone, opening a tracking app. A blinking moved across the screen. What's that? Lena asked, squinting at the display. Insurance. Knox's expression was grim. I put a tracker in Glory's boot after the factory standoff. Just in case. Smart, Pike acknowledged. But you still can't take on Cashion's security alone. Watch me. Knox was already moving toward his motorcycle, checking his weapons, gun, knife, brass knuckles. The tools of his trade. At least wait for backup, Riggs pleaded, staggering after him. Dice can have guys here in an hour. Glory doesn't have an hour. Knox kick-started his bike. Get yourselves to a hospital. Tell Dice what happened. If you don't hear from me by dawn. He left the implication hanging. They all understood the risk. Where's he taken her? Lena asked. Knox checked the tracker again. That it had stopped moving. Downtown, he said, surprised. Looks like the Obsidian Tower. Lena's eyes widened. His penthouse? That's insane. After everything, he'd take her back there? It's not insane, Knox corrected. It's arrogant. He thinks he's untouchable. The building will have security, Pike warned. Cameras. Guards. Knox's smile was cold. Good. The Obsidian Tower rose 60 floors above the city skyline, a black glass monument to wealth and power. Knox parked his motorcycle several blocks away, approaching on foot, hood pulled low over his face. The tracker showed Glory on the top floor, Cashion's penthouse. Getting there wouldn't be easy. The building's lobby featured airport-level security, metal detectors, ID scanners, armed guards. But Knox hadn't survived years in an outlaw motorcycle club without learning a few tricks. He circled the building, evaluating options. Service entrance? Too many cameras. Fire escape? Didn't reach the penthouse. Elevator? Needed a key card. Then he spotted it, a maintenance crew van parked near the loading dock. 2 workers in coveralls unloading equipment. 5 minutes later, one worker lay unconscious behind a dumpster, and Knox wore his uniform and ID badge. He pushed a cart of cleaning supplies toward the service elevator, head down, cap pulled low. "Hold up," a security guard called as he approached. "ID check." Knox tensed, hand sliding toward the knife concealed at his belt. The guard scanned the badge, barely looking at Knox's face. 60th floor needs authorization. "Got a call about a leak," Knox responded, mimicking the unconscious worker's accent he'd heard earlier. "Mr. Vale specifically requested overnight service. Said not to wait till morning." The guard hesitated, then nodded.
Fine.
"But I'm logging it. Appreciate it." Knox pushed the cart into the service elevator, heart pounding as the doors closed. Alone in the ascending elevator, he discarded the cart, checking his weapons one last time. The tracker showed Glory hadn't moved in over an hour. Still alive, he had to believe. Still fighting. The elevator slowed as it approached the 60th floor. Knox positioned himself beside the doors, ready for whatever waited on the other side. They opened to a dimly lit hallway. A single guard sat at a desk, looking bored. "Maintenance," Knox called, stepping out with the cart. "Got a call about a leak." The guard frowned. "No leaks reported here." "Apartment 6012, Knox insisted, moving closer. "Mr. Vale called it in personally." "Mr. Vale isn't taking visitors." The guard stood, hand moving to his weapon. "I'll need to see." He never finished the sentence. Knox's fist connected with his jaw, a brass-knuckled blow that dropped him instantly. A quick check confirmed he was breathing but out cold. Knox dragged him behind the desk, taking his access card and gun. According to the building directory, the entire floor contained just one residence, Cashion's penthouse. The tracker led Knox to ornate double doors at the end of the hallway. He pressed his ear against them, hearing nothing. No time for subtlety. No time for plans. The access card unlocked the doors with a soft click. Knox pushed them open, gun raised, entering the lion's den. The penthouse was massive, eerily silent, lit only by the city lights streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. Modernist furniture, abstract art, everything in shades of black, white, and steel.
Cold.
Sterile. Like Cashion himself. Knox moved silently through the space, following the tracker's signal toward a hallway lined with closed doors. As he approached, a muffled sound reached his ears, a human sound.
Glory.
He tried the door.
Locked.
Without hesitation, he kicked it open, guns sweeping the room beyond. The bedroom was as austere as the rest of the penthouse, king-sized bed with black silk sheets, mirrored ceiling, no personal touches. And tied to the bed, gagged but conscious, was Glory. Her eyes widened when she saw him, a muffled warning emerging from behind the gag. Too late. Knox sensed movement behind him, but couldn't turn fast enough. Something hard struck the back of his head, sending him sprawling to the floor, guns skittering away across polished hardwood. "Right on schedule," Cashion's voice observed coolly. "I do love predictable men." Knox rolled, dodging a second blow, coming to his feet in a fighter's crouch. Cashion stood before him, holding what looked like an expensive paperweight. Behind him, 2 security guards blocked the doorway. "You're trespassing, Mr. Wilder," Cashion said conversationally. "Breaking and entering. Assault on my security staff. That's a lot of years in prison." "Add murder to the list," Knox growled. "Because you're a dead man." Cashion's laugh was genuine amused. "You really don't understand your situation, do you?" He set down the paperweight, straightening his cuffs. "You have no power here. No authority. This is my domain." On the bed, Glory struggled against her restraints, eyes desperate above the gag. "Let her go," Knox demanded.
Now.
"I'm afraid I can't do that." Cashion's smile faded. "Glory needs help. Professional help. I've arranged for a private facility in Switzerland. Very discreet. Excellent success rate with difficult cases. She's not going anywhere with you. She already has." Cashion gestured to the guards. "Escort Mr. Wilder out. Ensure he doesn't bother us again." The guards moved forward. Knox tensed, evaluating odds. 2 trained men, plus Cashion. Bad odds, but he'd faced worse. The first guard reached for him. Knox struck like a cobra, brass knuckles connecting with the man's temple. He went down hard. The second guard was more cautious, circling, looking for an opening. Knox didn't give him one, charging forward in a tackle that slammed them both into the wall. They grappled, trading blows in the confined space. The guard was good, professionally trained, methodical. But Knox fought with the desperate fury of a man with everything to lose. A sharp pain exploded in his side. The guard had pulled a knife, slicing across Knox's ribs. Blood bloomed across his shirt. Knox roared, more anger than pain, driving his elbow into the guard's throat. The man staggered back, gasping for air. Knox pressed his advantage, delivering a brutal right hook that sent the guard crashing into an expensive-looking sculpture. He turned to find Cashion gone, and Glory with him. His heart stuttered, panic rising. Then he heard sounds from the hallway, a struggle, Glory's muffled protests. Knox burst through the doorway, ignoring the fire in his side. Cashion was dragging Glory toward the elevator, one hand tangled in her hair, the other pressing a gun to her side. "Stop right there," Cashion ordered, seeing Knox. "Or I'll put a bullet in her." Knox froze. Glory's eyes met his across the space between them, not fearful, but determined. She was communicating something, trying to tell him. "Smart decision," Cashion said, backing toward the elevator. "Now, this is what's going to happen. Glory and I are leaving. You're going to walk away and forget you ever knew her." "Not happening," Knox growled. "Then she dies." Cashion pressed the gun harder against Glory's ribs. "Your choice." Glory's eyes never left Knox's. She blinked deliberately, once, twice, 3 times. A countdown. On 3, she went limp, dropping her full weight suddenly. The move caught Cashion off guard. His grip loosened just enough for Glory to twist sideways, biting his arm through his expensive suit. Cashion yelped, the gun wavering. Knox charged, tackling him into the wall. The weapon discharged, the bullet embedding itself in the ceiling. Glory scrambled away as the men crashed to the floor, grappling for control of the gun. Cashion fought with surprising strength, his manicured facade giving way to animal desperation. "She's mine," he hissed, landing a punch to Knox's wounded side that sent white-hot pain exploding through his body. "She'll always be mine." Knox's vision blurred, but he held on, refusing to let Cashion gain the upper hand. They rolled across the hallway, knocking over a table, shattering something expensive. The gun went skittering across the floor. Glory dove for it, ripping her gag off. "Knox," she shouted, raising the weapon. Cashion froze, looking at his wife, his possession, pointing his own gun at him. For the first time, genuine fear flickered across his face. "You won't shoot me," he said, but uncertainty crept into his voice. "You couldn't even pull the trigger at the factory." "You're right," Glory acknowledged, hands steady on the weapon. "I couldn't." She tossed the gun to Knox, who caught it one-handed. "But he can." Cashion lunged for the elevator. Knox aimed, finger tightening on the trigger. "Wait,"
Glory cried.
"Not like this." Knox hesitated. Cashion punched the elevator button frantically. "He'll never stop," Knox warned her. "Never." "I know." Glory's voice hardened. "But killing him makes us like him." The elevator doors began to close. Cashion's smile returned, triumphant, until Knox's bullet shattered his knee. Cashion collapsed with a scream of agony, clutching his ruined joint as blood pooled on the marble floor. "That's for Glory," Knox said coldly, approaching the fallen man. "For the baby. For every woman in your trophy room." "You've ruined me," Cashion gasped through pain. "Destroyed everything."
"No."
Glory stepped forward, looking down at her tormentor. "You did that yourself." Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Dice had come through, alerting authorities after hearing from Pike and Riggs. "It's over, Cashion," Glory said softly. "This time for good." The fight drained from Cashion's face, replaced by something worse. Hatred so pure it transcended his physical pain. "Nothing's over," he snarled. "Not while I'm breathing." With surprising speed, he lunged from the floor, pulling a hidden blade from his sleeve. Not at Knox, but at Glory. Knox moved without thinking, putting himself between the knife and Glory. The blade sliced deep across his chest, but his momentum carried them both to the floor. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. Cashion, still holding the knife, twisting to strike again. Knox, wounded but relentless, catching his wrist. The blade, redirected in their struggle, finding a new target. Cashion's eyes widened as his own knife pierced his throat. A gurgling sound emerged as blood fountained from the wound, staining his white shirt crimson. Glory's scream seemed to come from very far away. Knox rolled off Cashion, watching as the man who had caused so much pain clutched uselessly at his severed artery. Their eyes met one final time. Knox expected to see hatred, rage, defiance. Instead, there was only surprise. As if, until this very moment, Cassian Vale had truly believed himself immortal. Then the light faded from his eyes, and he was gone. Not quick. Not clean. Not regretted. The elevator doors opened to reveal police officers, weapons drawn. They took in the scene, Knox bleeding but conscious, Glory kneeling beside him, Cashion motionless in an expanding pool of blood. "He attacked us," Glory said numbly. "Self-defense." The lead officer nodded, lowering his weapon. "Ambulance is on the way. Both of you sit tight." As the police secured the penthouse, Glory pressed her hands to Knox's wounds, trying to stem the bleeding. "Stay with me," she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "Don't you dare leave me now." Knox managed a pained smile. "Not going anywhere, darlin'. Promise." He glanced at Cashion's body, now being photographed by crime scene technicians. "He can't hurt you anymore," Knox murmured, reaching for Glory's hand. "It's really over." Glory nodded, intertwining her fingers with his as paramedics rushed into the penthouse. "Over," she repeated, as if testing the word for truth. After 5 years of running, of hiding, of looking over her shoulder, it seemed impossible to believe. But as they wheeled Knox into the elevator, Glory glanced back at Cashion one last time. The man who had controlled her, terrorized her, nearly destroyed her, now reduced to evidence markers and body bag. And for the first time since she'd fled their marriage, Glory Madison breathed freely. Chapter 16. 3 weeks later, Knox was released from the hospital. The knife wounds had been severe, one dangerously close to his lung, the other requiring nearly 50 stitches, but he'd survived. Just as he'd promised Glory he would. She waited outside in Lena's truck, heart hammering as the hospital doors opened. Knox emerged, moving slower than his usual confident stride, but standing tall. Pride and relief flooded through her as she stepped out to meet him. "Ready to blow this place?" she asked, unable to stop her smile. His eyes lit up at the sight of her, hair fully blonde now, face relaxed in a way he hadn't seen since they were teenagers. "Been ready since they admitted me," he grumbled, but his own smile betrayed him. They drove mostly in silence, Knox's hand resting on her thigh, Glory occasionally glancing over as if to reassure herself he was really there.
Alive.
Safe. The charges against Knox had been dropped. Self-defense, the official ruling. Cashion's death had made national headlines. Tech heir killed in violent confrontation. Abusive past exposed. The club's involvement had been minimized, thanks to some creative witness statements and the overwhelmingly sympathetic media coverage of Glory's ordeal. She pulled into the clubhouse parking lot, killing the engine. "Home sweet home," she said quietly. Knox studied her face. For now, anyway. The implication hung between them. What came next? Where did they go from here? Questions neither had been ready to address while Knox recovered. Inside, the club had prepared a welcome home gathering. Bikes lined the lot, members raising beers as Knox entered. Dice clapped him on the shoulder, careful of his injuries. "Good to have you back, brother," the president said, genuine warmth in his weathered face. "Good to be back." Knox accepted a non-alcoholic beer, doctor's orders still in effect. For hours they celebrated. Music playing, stories flowing, the collective relief of surviving the storm that had been Cassian Vale. Glory circulated among men who'd once been suspicious strangers, but now treated her like family. As evening approached, the gathering wound down. Members drifted away to personal obligations until only the core group remained: Knox, Glory, Dice, Pike, Riggs, and Lena, who'd become an honorary club member after her role in the cabin rescue. "So," Dice asked, settling into a chair across from Knox, "what's the plan now?" The question they'd all been avoiding. Knox glanced at Glory, who sat beside him on the worn leather couch. "Haven't decided yet," he answered carefully. "Bullshit," Pike called from the bar. "Saw you looking at maps yesterday." Glory turned to Knox, surprise evident in her expression. "Maps." Knox shot Pike a withering look before sighing.
Was going to talk to you about it tonight.
"Privately." "Talk about what?" Glory pressed. "Leaving," Dice answered for him, watching Knox's face. "Right, brother?" The word hung heavy in the air. "Leaving." "The club."
The town.
"The memories." Knox nodded slowly. "Been thinking about it. Crossing state lines, starting fresh somewhere Cassian's ghost doesn't follow us." Glory corrected softly. "Somewhere Cassian's ghost doesn't follow us." The correction, the confirmation that she saw their futures linked, brought a rare vulnerability to Knox's expression. He agreed, taking her hand. "Were you thinking?" Riggs asked. "California? Arizona?" "North," Knox said. "Montana, maybe. Or Wyoming. Somewhere with mountains and space."
Long ride, Pike observed.
"Your ribs up for that?" "Hence the maps," Knox explained. "Planning the easiest route. Lots of stops." Glory listened, emotions warring within her. The idea of leaving, of truly escaping, was intoxicating. But the reality of Knox separating from the club, his family for years, twisted something in her chest. "What about the Devil's Wreck?" she asked quietly. Dice answered, voice uncharacteristically gentle. "Club understands. Sometimes a man needs to choose his own path." "I haven't decided anything," Knox insisted. "Was going to discuss it with Glory first. Figure out what she wants." All eyes turned to her. Glory felt the weight of the moment, not just her future, but Knox's, hanging on her words. "I need some air," she said suddenly, standing. Outside, the desert night had fallen, stars impossibly bright above the clubhouse. Glory leaned against the railing of the small porch, breathing in the scent of dust and freedom. Footsteps approached behind her. Knox, she knew without turning. His presence was as familiar to her now as her own heartbeat. "I shouldn't have sprung that on you," he said, coming to stand beside her. "Pike has a big mouth." "It's not that." Glory kept her eyes on the stars. "I just realized I've never been asked what I want before." "Not really." "And what do you want?" Knox's voice was carefully neutral, giving her space to answer honestly. "I don't know." She turned to face him. "For so long, all I wanted was to be free of Cashion. To stop running. Now that I am—" She trailed off, searching for words. "Feels unreal," Knox suggested. "Like you're waiting for the other shoe to drop." Exactly. Relief flooded her at being understood so completely. "I keep looking over my shoulder, expecting to see him. Expecting this all to be some cruel dream." Knox's hand covered hers on the railing. "He's gone, Glory. Really gone." "I know. But the fear doesn't just disappear," he finished for her. "Takes time." She nodded, grateful for his understanding. "That's why I thought." Knox hesitated. "A fresh start. Somewhere neither of us has history. No ghosts." "You'd leave the club for me?" Glory asked, the magnitude of the offer sinking in. "Your brothers? They'll always be my brothers." Knox's eyes were steady on hers. "But you're—" He trailed off, seemingly at a loss for what to call her. Girlfriend felt too small, too casual for what they shared. Yet they'd never discussed definitions, labels, what they were to each other beyond survivors of the same storm. "I'm what?" Glory prompted softly. Knox's hand moved to her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. "Everything," he said simply. "You always were." The raw honesty in his voice stole her breath. For a moment, they simply looked at each other under the vast desert sky, rediscovering traces of the teenagers they'd been beneath the scars of the adults they'd become. "We could go," Glory said finally. "Cross state lines, start over." "I'd like that." Relief relaxed Knox's features, but Glory raised a hand, stopping his response. "But not because we're running," she continued firmly. "Not because we're afraid." Understanding dawned in his eyes. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying if we go because we choose to. Because we want to build something together." Her voice strengthened. "Not because Cashion's ghost is chasing us." Knox studied her face, seeing the determination there. "You don't want to leave yet." "I don't want to run," she corrected. "There's a difference." Inside the clubhouse, voices rose and fell, the family they'd found in this unlikely place. Outside, the open road stretched in all directions, possibilities endless as the star-filled sky. "I spent 5 years running," Glory said quietly, looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. "I won't live like that anymore." "You don't have to," Knox promised. "Whatever you want to do, wherever you want to go, or stay, I'm with you. Even if it means facing questions about Cashion? Possibly a trial." The investigation into Cashion's death wasn't fully closed, despite the self-defense ruling. Corporate rivals, disappointed heirs, tabloid journalists. Too many people still digging for dirt, for scandal, for a version of events that matched their agenda. "Especially then," Knox's voice hardened. "We face it together. Head on." Glory felt something settle in her chest, a certainty, a rightness that had been missing for too long. "If we run," she said slowly, "he still wins. Even dead, he controls our choices." Knox nodded, a fierce pride lighting his eyes. "I'm done running if you are." "I am." The two words felt like a vow, binding them to each other and to the path ahead, whatever it held. Knox pulled her close, mindful of his healing wounds, pressing his forehead to hers. "All in, then." "All in," she echoed. "Or burn out trying." They sealed the promise with a kiss, deep and certain, under the witness of 1,000 desert stars. When they returned inside, their decision was clear on their faces. "So?" Dice asked, though he already seemed to know the answer. "We're staying," Knox announced. "For now, at least." Glory nodded. "No more running." A slow smile spread across Dice's weathered face. "Glad to hear it." "We'll need our own place, though," Knox added. "Can't live in the clubhouse forever." "Got a lead on a rental," Pike offered. "Little house on the edge of town. Nothing fancy, but solid. Private." Glory felt a rush of gratitude for these people who'd become her unexpected family. People who'd fought for her, bled for her, who now offered her a future without question or condition. "Sounds perfect," she said, meaning it. Later, as they lay together in Knox's narrow clubhouse bed, Glory traced the new scars on his chest, physical reminders of all they'd survived together. "Are you sure?" she whispered in the darkness. "About staying?" Knox captured her hand, pressing it flat against his heart. "I'm sure about you," he said simply. "The rest is just geography." Glory smiled, settling against him. For the first time in years, her dreams weren't haunted by Cashion's face. For the first time, the future stretched before her not as a threat, but as a promise. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Not running from the past, but moving toward something new. Something theirs. All in or burn out trying. Chapter 17. The small house at the edge of town became home faster than Glory expected. With its faded blue siding and wraparound porch, it was nothing like Cashion's sleek penthouse or even her childhood home in River's Edge. But the moment she and Knox moved in their meager belongings, it felt right.
Theirs.
Club members helped with repairs, fixing the leaky roof, reinforcing doors and windows, installing an alarm system that would make a government building jealous. No one mentioned the obvious, that despite Cashion's death, caution had become second nature to all of them. 3 months passed in relative peace. Knox returned to work, mechanic skills earning him a place at the local garage. Glory continued managing The Last Stand, which had seen increased business since the story broke. Morbid curiosity drawing customers hoping to glimpse the woman who'd survived Cassian Vale. On a warm Tuesday evening, Glory was closing up the bar when her phone rang. Unknown number. Her heart still skipped at such calls, fear conditioned by years of Cassion's harassment. "Hello," she answered cautiously. "Glory Madison?" An unfamiliar male voice. "This is Martin Wells from Stanton, Davis & Wells. I represent the Vale estate." Her fingers tightened around the phone. "What do you want?" "I've been trying to reach you regarding some legal matters that require your attention." The lawyer's tone was professionally neutral. "As Mr. Vale's widow, there are inheritance issues to address." "I want nothing from Cashion," Glory said flatly. "Nothing. I understand your feelings, but this isn't optional. There are tax implications, property distributions. Send whatever needs signing to my address. But I'm telling you now, I don't want his money. Not a penny." A pause on the line. "It's not quite that simple," Wells said finally. "Perhaps we could meet in person? Tomorrow, perhaps?"
Why?
"What's so complicated?" Another pause. "There are conditions in Mr. Vale's will that concern you directly. Matters best discussed privately." Cold dread settled in Glory's stomach. Even from the grave, Cashion was still reaching for her. "Fine," she agreed reluctantly. "Where and when?" "It's a trap," Knox declared as soon as she told him about the call. They sat on their porch swing, watching the sunset paint the desert in shades of fire. "He's a legitimate lawyer," Glory countered. "I looked him up. Senior partner. Specializes in estate law for high-net-worth individuals. Doesn't mean he's not carrying out Cassion's last wishes to torment you." She couldn't argue with that. "What choice do I have? Legally, I'm still his wife. His widow." The word tasted bitter on her tongue. "I'm coming with you," Knox said, not a question but a statement of fact. Glory nodded, gratitude washing through her. 3 months of peace had begun to heal old wounds, but Cassion's name still had the power to shake her foundations. Having Knox beside her would make whatever came next bearable. The following day, they drove to the city's financial district, parking Knox's newly restored Harley in front of a gleaming office building that screamed old money and discretion. Martin Wells met them in a conference room with views of the mountains. He was older than Glory expected, silver-haired, distinguished, with kind eyes that seemed at odds with his representation of Cassian Vale. "Mrs. Vale," he greeted her, extending his hand. "Madison," Glory corrected firmly. "I've resumed my maiden name." "Of course." Wells nodded, turning to Knox. "And you are?" "Her protection," Knox said flatly, arms crossed over his chest. Wells's eyebrows rose slightly, but he made no comment. "Please sit. Can I offer you coffee? Water?" "Just tell us why we're here," Glory said, taking a seat. "What conditions are you talking about?" Wells settled behind the polished table, opening a leather portfolio. "As you know, Mr. Vale's estate is substantial. Properties, investments, controlling interest in Vale Technologies. And as his widow, you stand to inherit approximately 30% of those assets. Roughly $200 million. Glory blanched. The figure was incomprehensible. "I told you, I don't want his money." "I understand. However, Mr. Vale anticipated your response." Wells removed a sealed envelope from the portfolio. He left instructions and a video message to be played in the event of his death. "Specifically for you." Glory stared at the envelope as if it might bite. A message. "Recorded 6 months ago, after your disappearance was confirmed as deliberate." Knox leaned forward. "You don't have to do this, Glory. We can walk out right now." The temptation was strong. To leave, to never look back, to refuse Cashion this final audience. But something told her it wouldn't end there. Whatever game her dead husband had set in motion, ignoring it wouldn't make it disappear. "Play it," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Wells nodded, opening a laptop. "I'll give you privacy." "No." Glory caught his arm. "Stay. "I want a witness." The lawyer seemed to understand the significance of her request. He resumed his seat, typing briefly before turning the screen toward them. Cassion's face filled the display. Alive, immaculate, coldly handsome. Glory felt Knox tense beside her, his hand finding hers under the table. "Hello, darling." Cassion's recorded voice was smooth as ever. "If you're watching this, I'm dead. And you, in some fashion, are responsible." Glory flinched despite herself. "Don't worry," Cashion continued with a thin smile. "I'm not angry. In fact, I've come to admire your determination. Your resourcefulness." He leaned closer to the camera, as if sharing a confidence. "I always told you we were alike, didn't I? More than you wanted to admit." "We're nothing alike," Glory muttered to the screen. As if hearing her, Cashion's smile widened. "You're probably denying it right now. That's all right. Denial was always your strongest coping mechanism." His expression sobered. "Now to business. My will contains provisions for you, a substantial inheritance that Wells has no doubt outlined. Money, properties, shares in the company. Everything a grieving widow could want." Glory's grip tightened on Knox's hand. "But there's a catch," Cashion continued. "Isn't there always with us? The entire inheritance is contingent on one condition. You must serve as executor of my estate. Personally oversee the distribution of assets. Attend board meetings as my proxy for at least 1 year." He paused, seeming to savor the moment. "In short, darling, you must step into my life. Become Mrs. Cassian Vale one last time." Nausea roiled in Glory's stomach. "No," she whispered. "Refuse," Cashion continued relentlessly, "and everything goes to a consortium of charities I've selected. Worthy causes, to be sure. But nothing for you. Nothing for whatever gutter rat you've attached yourself to in my absence." Knox's jaw tightened, but he remained silent. "Oh, and one more thing." Cashion leaned back, utterly at ease. "My lawyers have prepared evidence suggesting my death was not self-defense, but premeditated murder. A conspiracy between you and your associates." Glory's blood ran cold. "This evidence, fabricated but compelling, will be released to authorities only if you refuse my terms." Cashion's smile was poisonous. "Think of it as insurance. My final gift to you." The recording ended, Cashion's face freezing in that last triumphant smile. Silence filled the conference room. Wells cleared his throat uncomfortably. "I should note that I was not aware of the content of this recording until now." Glory barely heard him. Her mind raced, trying to process Cashion's final trap. "He can't do this," Knox growled. "Blackmail from beyond the grave? There has to be a way to fight it." Wells sighed. "Mr. Vale's instructions are legally binding. The inheritance structure is unusual, but not unprecedented." "And the threat?" Glory asked, finding her voice. "The evidence he mentioned?" The lawyer hesitated. "I have no knowledge of such evidence. However, Cashion wouldn't bluff," Glory finished for him. "Not about something this important." Knox stood abruptly, pacing the length of the conference room. "This is insane. He's still trying to control you, even dead." "That appears to be the case," Wells acknowledged. "I'm sorry, Ms. Madison. I truly am." Glory sat motionless, thoughts whirling. Cashion had planned this meticulously. One final chess move designed to force her back into the world she'd fled. To make her choose between freedom and safety. "What happens if I agree?" she asked finally. "Specifically, what would I have to do?" Wells consulted his notes. Weekly meetings at Vale headquarters. Regular communication with the board of directors. Public appearances at company functions. Essentially, maintain the public role of Mrs. Vale while the estate is settled. For how long? Minimum of 1 year. Potentially longer, depending on legal complications. Knox stopped pacing. "And if she refuses?" As Mr. Vale indicated, the inheritance would be forfeited. Wells's expression was carefully neutral. "As for the other matter, the alleged evidence, I can't speak to that." Glory stood, needing to move, to breathe. She walked to the window, looking out at the mountains in the distance. "I need time to think," she said without turning. "Of course." Wells gathered his papers. "Take whatever time you need. My card is here when you're ready to discuss your decision." After the lawyer left, Knox moved to stand beside Glory at the window. "You're not seriously considering this," he said quietly. "I have to." She met his gaze. "If there's evidence, fake or otherwise, it could implicate you. The club. Everyone who helped me. We'll handle it. We've faced worse." "Have we?" Glory challenged. "Prison time? For you, for Pike, for Dice? All because of me." Knox took her face in his hands. "Nothing Cashion is because of you. It's because of him. His obsession. His control." She leaned into his touch, drawing strength from it. "I know, but the result is the same." "So what? You go back to being Mrs. Vale? Live in his world, play by his rules." Anger and fear mingled in Knox's voice. "After everything we've been through?" "Not permanently," Glory argued. "Just long enough to neutralize the threat. Find the evidence he's talking about. And if you can't, if this is just another one of his mind games?" Glory had no answer for that. The possibility that Cashion had set her an impossible task, one final torment with no solution, was too real to dismiss. "I need to talk to someone else," she said suddenly. "Someone who knew Cashion's business world better than I did." "Who?" "His assistant, Meredith. She knew everything about his schedule, his contacts. If anyone would know about this evidence, it would be her." They found Meredith Lewis at a small cafe near the Vale Technologies campus. The woman who had once been Cashion's right hand looked different than Glory remembered, softer around the edges, less severe without her corporate armor. "I wondered if you'd find me," Meredith said after they'd exchanged awkward greetings. "When I heard about the will." "You know about it?" Glory was surprised. "Cashion made me witness the recording." A hint of the old bitterness crept into Meredith's voice. One of his many power plays. Glory studied the woman who'd once viewed her as a rival for Cashion's attention. "I need your help, Meredith. I need to know if the evidence he mentioned is real." Meredith sipped her coffee, considering. "What will you do if it is?" "Whatever I have to," Glory answered honestly. "To protect the people I care about." Something shifted in Meredith's expression, recognition, perhaps, of the changes in the woman before her. The frightened wife was gone, replaced by someone harder, more determined. "It's real," she confirmed. "Emails, doctored photos, financial transfers made to look like payment for a hit. All carefully crafted to implicate you and your friends." Knox cursed under his breath. Glory felt oddly calm, her suspicions confirmed. "Where is it?" she asked. "A safe deposit box. Sealed instructions to his lawyers to open it if you refuse his terms." Meredith's gaze was direct. "He was very thorough." "He always was," Glory murmured. "But," Meredith continued, lowering her voice, "what Cashion never understood about me, about most women in his life, was that we were never as loyal as he assumed." Chapter 18. The boardroom of Vale Technologies fell silent as Glory entered. 12 men and 2 women in expensive suits stared as she walked the length of the polished table, Knox a step behind her. She'd dressed deliberately for this meeting, not in the designer clothes Cashion had once insisted upon, but in a simple black dress and boots that spoke of her new life, while commanding respect. Mrs. Vale, Gregory Harmon, the interim CEO, stood to greet her. "We weren't expecting Mr. Wilder to accompany me?" Glory finished for him, her voice cool. "He goes where I go. Consider him my security detail." Murmurs rippled around the table. Knox took a position against the wall behind Glory's chair, arms crossed, expression impassive except for the dangerous glint in his eyes. "Of course," Harmon recovered quickly. "We're just surprised by this meeting's urgency." "I imagine you are." Glory settled into the chair at the head of the table, Cashion's old seat. "But as executor of my husband's estate and primary shareholder, I felt it important to establish parameters immediately." More murmurs, less polite this time. Glory let them talk, taking the measure of the room. Most of these people had attended her wedding, had smiled to her face at corporate events while whispering about Cashion's unstable wife behind her back, had looked the other way when she appeared with bruises poorly hidden by expensive makeup. Not one had ever asked if she was okay. Parameters? Harmon finally asked, retaking his seat.
Glory smiled thinly.
I've spent the past 48 hours reviewing Cashion's holdings, his investments, his personal files. She patted the leather portfolio before her. He was quite thorough in his documentation. Nervous glances circled the table. Martin Wells, seated to her right, shifted uncomfortably. As you know, Glory continued, Cashion required my direct involvement in his company as a condition of his will. What you may not know is why. She opened the portfolio, removing a stack of documents. These are copies of emails, financial transfers, and internal memos detailing various irregularities within Vale Technologies. Tax evasion, bribery of foreign officials, unauthorized surveillance of competitors. The room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Harmon's face paled. Mrs. Vale, these are sensitive corporate matters. Criminal matters, Glory corrected. Felonies, in fact. All committed under my husband's direction, with the knowledge and participation of this board. Silence again, heavier this time. Why are you bringing this to us? A woman halfway down the table asked cautiously. Because Cashion thought he could control me through blackmail. Glory's voice hardened. He was wrong. And now, I'm in control. She stood, placing both hands on the table as she leaned forward. Effective immediately, I am dissolving this board. New directors will be appointed within 30 days. Until then, operations continue under my direct oversight. You can't do that, Harmon sputtered. The bylaws. The bylaws, Wells interjected quietly, grant Mrs. Vale that authority as majority shareholder. Mr. Vale was quite specific in his arrangements. This is outrageous, another man protested. We'll challenge this legally. Feel free, Glory invited. But be aware that my first act as executor was to forward copies of these documents to the FBI, SEC, and Department of Justice, with a full confession of my own knowledge as Cashion's wife. The threat hung in the air, unmistakable. Challenge her, and everyone would go down together. What do you want? Harmon asked, deflated. Exactly what I said. You're all fired. Glory's smile never reached her eyes. Severance packages will be generous, provided you sign non-disclosure agreements and cooperation pledges for the coming federal investigations. And if we refuse, the woman asked. Glory shrugged. Then I release everything to the press before the feds arrive. Your choice. The fight visibly drained from the room. One by one, the board members looked away, defeated by the same tactics Cashion had used to control them for years. You have 24 hours to decide, Glory concluded, gathering her portfolio. Mr. Wells has the paperwork prepared either way. She turned to leave, Knox falling into step beside her. You're destroying everything he built, Harmon called after her, a last desperate protest. Glory paused at the door, looking back at the table of powerful people now rendered impotent. No, she corrected. I'm cleansing it. There's a difference. As the elevator descended, Knox released a low whistle. That was terrifying, Glory suggested, suddenly feeling the tremor in her hands she'd hidden throughout the meeting. I was going to say magnificent. He looked at her with undisguised admiration. You just took down an entire corporate board without breaking a sweat. Oh, I'm sweating, she assured him, leaning against the elevator wall. I think I might throw up, actually. Knox chuckled, pulling her against his chest.
Breathe.
You did it. First step down. Many more to go, she sighed, breathing in his familiar scent. This was just the beginning. For the next week, Glory worked relentlessly, systematically dismantling Cashion's empire. With Wells's reluctant assistance, she traced every asset, every shell company, every hidden account. The picture that emerged was uglier than she'd anticipated. Beyond the corporate crimes, she discovered evidence of more personal depravities, payoffs to women who'd accused Cashion of assault, blackmail material on business rivals, documentation of the trophy room she'd found years ago. He kept records of everything, Glory told Knox, disbelief coloring her voice as they sat amid piles of documents in their living room. Like he was proud of it. Men like him often are, Knox replied grimly. They think they're untouchable, so why hide? She nodded, sorting another stack of papers. The question is, what do I do with all this? The corporate stuff is one thing, but this? This is evidence of crimes, Knox finished. Crimes against other women. Glory's hands stilled. Women who might still be afraid. Who might not want this public. But who might want justice, he countered gently. She considered this, remembering her own fear, her own shame. The way Cashion had isolated her, convinced her no one would believe her. I need to find them, she decided. Talk to them personally. Give them the choice of what happens next. Knox nodded, understanding in his eyes. I'm with you. That night, Glory couldn't sleep. She stood on their porch, looking up at stars partially obscured by gathering storm clouds. Penny for your thoughts, Knox said, joining her with 2 mugs of tea. Just thinking about Cashion. About what I'm doing. She accepted the mug gratefully. Part of me feels like I'm becoming him, using his tactics, his leverage. The difference, Knox reminded her, is your endgame. He wanted power.
Control.
You want justice. Do I? Glory questioned softly. Or, do I want revenge? Is there a difference? She considered this. I think there has to be. Otherwise, what's the point of any of it? Thunder rumbled in the distance, the storm drawing closer. Knox wrapped an arm around her shoulders, holding her against the cooling air. What's the next step? He asked. The penthouse, Glory answered. I need to go back there. One last time. Knox stiffened beside her.
Why?
Because that's where it all happened. Where he hurt me. Where he died. She turned to face him. Where we started to get free. It'll be hard, he warned. Being back there. I know. She managed a small smile. That's why I need you with me. The obsidian tower looked exactly as Glory remembered. Sleek, imposing, cold. The doorman recognized her immediately, scrambling to attention. Mrs. Vale. We weren't informed you'd be returning. It was a last-minute decision, she said smoothly, Knox a silent presence beside her. Is the penthouse still sealed? Yes, ma'am. Crime scene tape was removed last month, but Mr. Wells left instructions that nothing be touched. Perfect. We won't be long. The private elevator ride to the 60th floor passed in tense silence. Knox took her hand, squeezing gently. Sure about this? He asked one last time. Glory nodded, though her heart pounded like a trapped animal in her chest. I'm sure. The penthouse was eerily preserved, furniture in the same positions, even Cashion's blood still staining the marble where he'd fallen. Crime scene markers remained, ghostly reminders of that final confrontation. Glory moved through the space slowly, memories washing over her in painful waves. The living room where he'd first hit her. The kitchen where she dropped a glass and suffered a fractured wrist in punishment. The bedroom where... She stopped at the bedroom doorway, unable to cross the threshold. You don't have to go in there, Knox said softly behind her. Yes, I do. Glory steeled herself. This room held me prisoner for 3 years. I won't let it scare me now. She stepped inside, facing the king-sized bed with its black silk sheets. The place where Cashion had taken whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. Where she'd lain staring at the mirrored ceiling, disassociating from her own body to survive. I hated this room, she said quietly. But I hated myself more for staying, for believing I deserved it. Knox remained in the doorway, giving her space, but his presence anchored her to the present. You survived, he reminded her. That's what matters. Glory nodded, turning her back on the bed.
One more place, she said.
The worst place. She led Knox to Cashion's study, a masculine space of leather and dark wood. The hidden room she'd told Knox about, Cashion's trophy room, lay behind a bookcase. It was here, she said, running her fingers along the shelving. A hidden switch. The bookcase clicked, swinging open to reveal a small, windowless room beyond. Glory hesitated, then stepped inside. Display cases lined the walls, museum-quality installations containing personal items. A hairbrush, a silk scarf, a pair of lace underwear, each tagged with a woman's name and date. Jesus, Knox breathed, taking in the macabre collection. This was his real legacy, Glory said, voice surprisingly steady. Not the company, not the wealth. This. She moved to a case in the center, containing items she recognized, her own possessions from before she'd escaped. The underwear drawer that had been emptied at her trailer. Her wedding ring. A lock of blonde hair tied with black ribbon. These women deserve justice, she said, turning to Knox. All of them. Knox nodded, jaw tight with controlled rage. What do you want to do? Glory looked around the small room, at the evidence of so many lives damaged by one man's pathology. Her gaze settled on a small safe in the corner. That wasn't here before, she said, approaching it. Probably where he kept the evidence against us, Knox suggested. Glory tried the handle. Locked, of course. We need the combination. Wells might know. She shook her head. Cashion wouldn't trust anyone with this. She studied the safe, thinking like the man who'd imprisoned her. He'd use something personal, something meaningful to him. Knox watched as she knelt before the safe, fingers hovering over the keypad. Any ideas? Our wedding date, she tried. The safe remained locked. His birthday. Nothing. The day we met. Still locked. Glory sat back on her heels, frustration mounting. What would he use? What meant most to him? Then it hit her, the one date Cashion had mentioned even in his final days. The wound that had never healed. She entered the date, she'd lost their baby. The date he'd pushed her down the stairs. The safe clicked open. Of course, she whispered, sick understanding flooding her. That was the day he truly owned me. When he broke me completely. Inside the safe lay a single manila envelope. Glory removed it with trembling hands, opening it to find documents. The fake evidence Cashion had prepared against her and Knox, exactly as Meredith had described. Is this all of it? Knox asked, examining the contents. No. A voice answered from the study doorway. There's more. They whirled to find a man standing there, one of Cashion's security guards, the one who'd been with him at the factory standoff. Marcus, Glory remembered. What are you doing here? She demanded, backing away instinctively. My job, Marcus replied flatly. Protecting Vale property. His hand moved to his waistband, where a gun was clearly visible. Knox stepped in front of Glory. The penthouse belongs to her now. Not according to my instructions. Marcus drew the weapon, pointing it casually at Knox. Mr. Vale was very specific about what should happen if both of you returned here. Glory's mind raced. Of course Cashion would have a contingency plan beyond the will. Beyond the fake evidence. One final trap. Marcus, she said carefully, whatever Cashion paid you, I can double it. The guard laughed. This isn't about money, Mrs. Vale. This is about loyalty. Cashion is dead, Knox growled. Your loyalty died with him. My instructions didn't. Marcus gestured with the gun. Both of you, out of the trophy room. Now. They complied, moving slowly into the study. Glory clutched the envelope, mind working frantically for a way out. What happens now? She asked, stalling for time. Now. Marcus smiled coldly. A tragic murder-suicide. The grieving widow, overwhelmed by guilt and scandal, kills her biker boyfriend before turning the gun on herself. No one will believe that, Knox argued. They will with the evidence we've planted. Marcus's smile widened. Confession letters in both your handwriting. Documentation of Mrs. Vale's mental instability. Very convincing. You'll never get away with it, Glory warned. I already have. Marcus raised the gun. Mr. Wilder first, I think. So you can watch. Time seemed to slow as the guard took aim at Knox. Glory saw his finger tighten on the trigger, saw Knox tense to dive. Without conscious thought, her hand slipped into her purse, fingers closing around the small revolver Lena had given her weeks ago. The one she carried everywhere now, even here. The trophy room. The safe. The envelope. All distractions from Cashion's true final move. "Wait," she cried, stepping forward. "Let me say goodbye at least." Marcus hesitated, then smiled cruelly. "How touching. Make it quick." Glory moved to Knox, pressing against his chest as if embracing him for the last time. Her lips brushed his ear. "Duck," she whispered.
Now.
Knox dropped instantly. Glory raised the revolver from between them and fired. The shot echoed deafeningly in the confined space. Marcus staggered backward, surprise registering on his face as a red stain bloomed across his chest. He fired wildly as he fell, bullet embedding itself in the ceiling as his body hit the floor. Silence descended, broken only by their ragged breathing and the wail of distant sirens. Someone in the building had heard the shots. Knox scrambled to Marcus, checking for a pulse. "Dead," he confirmed, retrieving the guard's weapon. Glory stared at the revolver in her hand, still warm from the shot. "I killed him," she said flatly. "You saved us," Knox corrected, taking the gun gently from her fingers. "He didn't give you a choice." She nodded mechanically, shock setting in. Cashion planned this. His last move. The final trap. But you beat him. Knox pulled her close, her back to the body on the floor. "It's over, Glory. Really over." As building security pounded on the penthouse door, Glory looked around at the opulent prison that had nearly claimed her twice. At the dead man who'd been Cashion's final weapon against her. Not quick. Not clean. Not regretted. She'd finally played the game by Cashion's rules and won. She just wasn't sure what that victory had cost her. Chapter 19. The police questioning lasted through the night. Glory told her story repeatedly. Cashion's trap, Marcus's ambush, the split-second decision that had saved their lives. Evidence from the trophy room provided context, while the envelope of fake murder-suicide materials confirmed her account. By dawn, exhaustion had settled into her bones, but the detective's words confirmed what she already sensed. "Clear case of self-defense, Mrs. Vale. You won't be charged." Knox drove them home as the sun rose, silence stretching between them. Not uncomfortable, but heavy with unspoken thoughts. At their small blue house, Glory stepped onto the porch and breathed deeply, letting the desert air cleanse her lungs of the penthouse's lingering chill. "I killed a man," she said finally, voicing the thought that had circled her mind for hours. Knox joined her, leaning against the railing. "You did what you had to do." "I know." She looked at her hands, half expecting to see blood. "And I'd do it again. That's what scares me." "Because you think it makes you like him? Like Cashion?" The question pierced straight to her fear. "Doesn't it? Using violence to solve problems? Taking a life because it was in my way."
No.
Knox turned her to face him. "Cashion hurt people for power. For pleasure. You protected yourself and me from someone trying to kill us." Glory wanted to believe him. Needed to. "When I pulled that trigger," she admitted, "I wasn't thinking about protection. I was thinking that I refused to let Cashion win. Not again. Not ever." "That's not wrong, Glory. But it's not pure self-defense either, is it?" There was satisfaction in it. She forced herself to meet his eyes. "Does that make me a monster?" Knox's gaze never wavered. "It makes you human. It makes you a survivor." The distinction settled something in Glory's chest, not absolution, exactly, but perspective. She hadn't killed Marcus out of cruelty or vengeance, but because the alternative was unthinkable. Was that enough of a difference? It had to be. "What happens now?" she asked, the question broader than just their legal situation. Knox seemed to understand. "Now we finish what we started. Deal with Cashion's estate. Find those women from the trophy room. Make things right. And then," a ghost of a smile touched his lips, "then we figure out what Glory and Knox want, not what they're running from." The idea was so novel, so extraordinary, that Glory felt momentarily dizzy with possibility. A future defined not by fear, not by the past, but by choice. "I'd like that," she said softly. The next month passed in a blur of activity. Glory met with each woman identified in Cashion's trophy room, offering them the evidence she'd found, legal support, and a choice: pursue charges against Cashion's estate, or close that chapter privately with financial compensation. Some chose justice. Others, closure. Glory respected both, understanding intimately the complex calculations of survival. The corporate dismantling continued in parallel. Vale Technologies underwent a comprehensive restructuring, with new leadership committed to ethical practices. Illegal operations were shut down, legitimate ones preserved. Jobs saved where possible, accountability enforced where necessary. Through it all, Glory moved with a new confidence, not the brittle facade she'd maintained as Cashion's wife, but something authentic. Earned. Hard one. You're different, Lena observed one evening at the last stand. Stronger. Glory smiled, wiping down the bar that now felt more like home than the penthouse ever had. Not stronger. Just clearer.
About what?
About who I am. What I want. Glory's gaze drifted to Knox, playing pool with Pike in the corner. About what comes next. Lena followed her glance, understanding dawning in her weathered face. He's a good man. Rough around the edges, but good where it counts. The best I've known, Glory agreed. So what's stopping you? The question caught her off guard. Stopping me from what? Lena snorted. From living, girl. From putting down roots. Making plans. Glory considered this, realizing the older woman had touched on something important. Despite everything, defeating Cashion, claiming her freedom, finding her footing, she'd still been holding back. Waiting for the other shoe to drop. For disaster to strike again. Old habits, she said finally. Hard to believe it's really over. It's only over when you say it is, Lena countered. Question is, what are you saying? Before Glory could answer, her phone buzzed. Martin Wells, with an update she'd been waiting for. The Vale estate is officially closed, he informed her. Final disbursements complete, corporate transition finalized. All that remains is your decision about the personal assets. Glory thanked him, hanging up with a strange sense of lightness. It was done. Truly finished. Cashion's empire redirected, his victims compensated, his power diffused. All that remained was her. Everything okay? Knox asked, appearing at her side. Better than okay, she replied. It's over. Really over. Understanding brightened his eyes. The estate. All of it. Glory took a deep breath. I'm free, Knox. No more executor duties. No more Vale obligations. Just me. Glory Madison, he said, testing the name like a prayer. Except I don't feel much like Madison anymore either, she admitted. That was before. Before Cashion. Before running. Before you again. Knox's expression softened. So who are you now? The question echoed what Lena had asked, what Glory had been asking herself for weeks. I don't know yet, she answered honestly. But I'd like to find out. Later that night, after closing, Glory stood before the bathroom mirror in their small house. She studied her reflection critically, blonde hair grown out, the dye job from her Wren days faded. Eyes clearer than they'd been in years. A few new lines at the corners, badges of survival rather than flaws. With deliberate movements, she gathered her remaining fake IDs, the ones she'd kept as insurance, as escape routes. Wren Cade, Sarah Taylor, Emma Pierce. Women who had never truly existed, but who had kept her alive when Glory Madison couldn't. She carried them to the kitchen, where Knox worked on his motorcycle parts at the table. Without explanation, she set the IDs on the counter and lit a match. Knox watched silently as she burned each one, the flames consuming paper and plastic, releasing wisps of toxic smoke that she waved toward the open window. When the last ID was ash, she turned to him. No more hiding, she declared. No more running. He stood, crossing to her in 2 long strides, hands gentle on her waist. No more pretending to be someone you're not. No more. She wound her arms around his neck. Just glory. Just glory, he echoed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The girl who stole my motorcycle keys when we were 17. Who made me chase her through River's Edge Quarry. Who never backed down from a dare. She laughed, surprised by the memories he'd chosen, happy ones, from before everything had shattered. That girl feels like someone else sometimes, she admitted. She's still in there, Knox insisted.
Parts of her, anyway.
The best parts. Glory considered this, the idea that her past wasn't just trauma to overcome, but also contained pieces worth reclaiming. Worth honoring. I want to go back, she said suddenly. To River's Edge. Knox stilled. Why? To see it again. To remember who I was before everything changed. She met his gaze. To say goodbye properly.
When?
Tomorrow, she decided. If you'll come with me. His answer was a kiss, deep, unhurried, full of promise. Try and stop me. River's Edge looked smaller than Glory remembered, the main street less charming, the buildings more weather-worn. She and Knox rode his motorcycle through town, drawing curious glances from locals who didn't recognize the returning daughter. They didn't stop, continuing past the city limits to the abandoned quarry where they'd spent countless teenage hours. Where they'd first kissed. Where they'd made love for the first time on a blanket under summer stars. The quarry itself was unchanged, a deep gouge in the earth, partially filled with rainwater that gleamed emerald green in the afternoon sun. They parked at the edge, removing their helmets in synchronized movements. It's exactly the same, Glory marveled, walking to the cliff's edge. Some things are, Knox agreed, following her. Others not so much. They stood side by side, looking down at the water where they'd once swum on sweltering days, daring each other to jump from higher ledges, to dive deeper. I was happy here, Glory said softly. With you. Knox's hand found hers. We could be happy again. Somewhere new. She turned to face him, this man who'd been her first love, who'd found her again across impossible odds, who'd fought beside her when no one else would. I'd like that, she said. Somewhere that's ours. Not my past or yours. Something we build together. The hope that bloomed across his face was beautiful to behold. You mean that? I do. The words carried weight, an echo of vows spoken and broken, but new meaning infused them now. Promise rather than obligation. Freedom rather than ownership. From her pocket, Glory withdrew a small object, her wedding ring from Cashion, platinum and diamond, obscenely expensive. The last physical remnant of that life. I kept this, she admitted. After everything. I told myself it was practical, something to sell if I needed money. But I think part of me was afraid to let go completely. To believe I was really free. Knox watched as she stepped to the quarry's edge. I don't need it anymore, Glory said firmly. Any of it. With a fluid motion, she threw the ring. It caught the sunlight as it arced through the air, a final flash of brilliance before disappearing into the green depths below. She turned back to Knox, feeling pounds lighter.
There.
Clean slate. He pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. Not completely clean, he corrected gently. We keep the good parts, the lessons learned, the strength earned. And leave the rest behind, she finished. They kissed against the backdrop of their shared past, the quarry that had witnessed their beginning now witnessing their renewal. Different people than they'd been, scarred, wiser, more deliberate in their choices, but fundamentally still Knox and Glory. Still capable of joy. Of love. Of building something lasting. As they walked back to the motorcycle, Glory paused, taking one last look at River's Edge spread out below them. Her birthplace. Her first chapter. Goodbye, she whispered, not to the town, but to the ghosts that had haunted her. To Cashion's shadow. To the fear that had driven her for so long. Knox waited patiently, helmet in hand, ready when she was. Let's go home, Glory said, turning her back on the past. But as she mounted the bike behind him, arms wrapping around his waist, she realized something profound. Home wasn't the small blue house they shared. Wasn't River's Edge or the Last Stand or any physical place. Home was here. With Knox. With herself fully present, fully alive. Her name was Glory. And finally, gloriously, she was free. Chapter 20. 6 months later, Glory stood on the porch of a small cabin nestled in the Montana wilderness. October had painted the surrounding forest in shades of amber and gold, a stark contrast to the desert palette she'd grown accustomed to. The air held a crispness that promised snow in the coming weeks, another novelty for a woman raised in the southern heat. She breathed deeply, savoring the scent of pine and wood smoke. Their wood smoke from their cabin on their land. 20 acres of pristine wilderness, purchased with a fraction of the money she'd claimed from Cassion's estate. The rest had gone to his victims, to charities, to building something positive from the ashes of his destruction. Inside, boxes still waited to be unpacked. They'd arrived just yesterday, completing the cross-country move that had begun 3 months earlier with a decision, a destination, a future chosen rather than forced. The last stand was in good hands. Lena had bought it with Glory's blessing and a generous loan. The Devil's Wreck continued their desert reign, with promises of visits and a standing invitation to return. Dice had understood their need to leave, had even helped scout properties in the northern wilderness, where a man with Knox's skills could find honest work and a woman with Glory's history could find peace. So much had changed. So much remained to discover. The sound of a motorcycle approaching pulled Glory from her reflections. She smiled, recognizing the distinctive rumble of Knox's Harley as it wound up the dirt drive cutting through their property. He appeared around the bend, leather jacket dark against the autumn colors, face obscured by his helmet but posture unmistakable, confident, alert, at home on the machine that had carried them both across 4 state lines to this new beginning. Knox parked beside her Jeep, new, reliable, a concession to Montana winters that would soon make motorcycle travel impractical. He removed his helmet, running a hand through hair that had grown longer in the months since they'd left the desert. "Hey, beautiful," he called, dismounting with a fluid grace that still made Glory's heart skip. "Miss me?" "Terribly," she teased, though in truth, the 3 hours he'd been gone to finalize paperwork in town had felt strangely long. "How'd it go?" Knox climbed the porch steps, producing a manila envelope from inside his jacket. "All official. Lands registered in both our names. Business license approved." Glory took the envelope, emotions welling unexpectedly. Their names, side by side on a legal document. Not as predator and prey, not as executor and witness, but as partners. Equals. Wilder Custom Restoration, she read from the business license. "Has a nice ring to it." "Thought so." Knox's smile held the quiet pride of a man building something worthwhile. The garage they converted at the edge of the property would soon host his motorcycle restoration business. Part therapy, part art, all legitimate. "Celebration dinner's almost ready," Glory said, tucking the envelope under her arm. "Just waiting on you." Knox caught her waist as she turned toward the door, pulling her against him. "Missed you too," he murmured, lips finding the sensitive spot below her ear. Every minute, Glory melted into him, the familiar heat of his body a contrast to the cooling evening air. 6 months together, truly together, not running, not hiding, not surviving, and still his touch ignited something primal in her. Something healing. "Food'll get cold," she half-heartedly protested as his hands slipped under her sweater. "I'll reheat it," he promised, walking her backward through the door without breaking contact. Later, sprawled across their unmade bed with dinner indeed forgotten, Glory traced the scars on Knox's chest, the ones from Cashion, from the fight that had ended it all. Knox's fingers mirrored her movements, ghosting across the marks on her body, some from Cashion, some older, all part of the story written on her skin. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked suddenly. "Leaving everything behind?" Knox propped himself up on one elbow, studying her face in the fading daylight filtering through curtainless windows. "Not for a second," he answered without hesitation. "Do you?" Glory considered the question seriously, as she'd learned to consider all questions about her own wants and needs. "No," she said finally. "But sometimes I miss Lena, the club, even that crappy little trailer." "We can always visit," Knox reminded her. Or they can come here. I know. Glory smiled up at him. But it's not the same. That was a crucible. It changed us. For the better. Knox's fingers found the new ring on her left hand. Silver. Simple. Chosen together. Not an ownership mark like Cashion's diamond, but a promise freely given, freely accepted. We're still changing. Always will be. Glory nodded, understanding the truth of it. They were writing a new story now, not defined by trauma or running or revenge, but by the daily choice to build something together. Something lasting. I love you, she said, the words still new enough to feel precious on her tongue. They'd waited to say them, both needing to be sure they weren't just echoes of teenage feelings or trauma bonds. Knox's expression softened. The hardness life had carved into him melting when she spoke those words. I love you too, he replied. Always have. Even when you hated me, she teased, lightening the moment. Especially then. His smile turned rueful. Wouldn't have hurt so much otherwise. The honesty between them, hard-won, carefully maintained, was perhaps their greatest accomplishment. No more secrets. No more pretending. Just truth, even when it was difficult. Outside, twilight deepened toward true darkness. Knox reluctantly rolled away, reaching for his jeans. Need to check the generator before it gets too dark. Make sure we've got power through the night. Glory nodded, watching him dress with unabashed appreciation. The cabin was still a work in progress, electricity inconsistent, plumbing sometimes temperamental. But it was theirs, bought and paid for, no ghosts lingering in the corners. As Knox headed outside, Glory rose and wrapped herself in his discarded shirt, padding to the kitchen to salvage their abandoned dinner. Through the window, she watched him move confidently around the property, checking the generator, securing outbuildings, a man at home in his domain. Not so different from how Cashion had moved through his penthouse, she reflected, then immediately rejected the comparison. The difference was fundamental. Knox's domain was shared, not imposed. His strength protected rather than imprisoned. And she was here by choice. Every day, a choice renewed. By the time Knox returned, Glory had reheated dinner and set the small kitchen table, mismatched plates, jam jars as water glasses, a wildflower centerpiece in an old coffee can. Humble by anyone's standards, but perfect in its authenticity. Starving, Knox declared, washing his hands at the sink before joining her. They ate by lamplight, sharing comfortable silence punctuated by plans for the cabin, for his business, for the coming winter. Not grand schemes, not desperate escapes, just the everyday architecture of a life built together. After dinner, Knox stepped onto the porch for a cigarette, a habit Glory gently teased him about reducing but never demanded he quit. His choices were his own, as hers were hers. Respect rather than control. She joined him, wrapped in a blanket against the night chill. The stars above their Montana refuge shone with incredible clarity, no city lights to dim their brilliance. Almost forgot, Knox said, fishing in his jacket pocket. Got you something in town. You did. Glory's surprise was genuine. Gift-giving was still new territory for them both. Cashion's gifts had always been calculated for control, while Knox's childhood had contained few indulgences. He handed her a small package wrapped in plain brown paper. Nothing fancy, he cautioned as she unwrapped it. Just saw it and thought of you. Inside lay a keychain, simple leather-etched with a motorcycle silhouette. Attached was a single key. For your Jeep, Knox explained. The dealer finally sent the permanent one to replace the temporary. Such a small thing, an everyday object most would take for granted. But Glory understood the significance. The key represented mobility, independence, the ability to come and go as she pleased. Something Cashion had systematically denied her. It's perfect, she said, closing her fingers around it. Knox smiled, pleased she understood. Thought maybe tomorrow we could take a ride, he suggested. Explore the back roads before the snow hits. There's supposed to be a waterfall about 20 miles from here. Glory nodded, tucking the key into her pocket. I'd like that. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the night deepen around their mountain sanctuary. So far from where they'd started, the quarry teenagers, the separated young adults, the survivors reunited in a desert bar. "Sometimes I can't believe we made it," Glory admitted. "That we're really here." "Believe it." Knox's arms slipped around her shoulders, drawing her against his side. "This is real. We're real." The simple declaration settled into Glory's chest, a truth to anchor herself to when old fears occasionally surfaced. This was real. Their cabin, their land, their future, unburdened by Cassion's shadow. "Early start tomorrow?" she asked, already anticipating the ride Knox had proposed. He nodded. "First light, if you're up for it. Best time to see the mountains." Inside, they prepared for bed with the synchronicity of people learning each other's rhythms, Knox checking doors and windows, Glory turning down the lamps, both moving through the small space without collision, without instruction. As moonlight streamed through the bedroom window, Glory curled against Knox's side, head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. No mirrors overhead. No silk sheets. Just warmth and trust, and the promise of tomorrow. Sleep came easily now, nightmares increasingly rare. When they did come, for either of them, the other was there, a steady presence in the darkness. Understanding without words. Healing together. Morning dawned clear and cold, frost glittering on the meadow surrounding their cabin. Glory woke to find Knox already up, coffee brewing, gear laid out for their ride. "Still want to go?" he asked when she emerged, sleep-rumpled and yawning. "Absolutely." The prospect of exploration, of discovery, energized her more than caffeine ever could. "Just need coffee first." They prepared with the efficiency of experienced travelers, packing water, snacks, first aid supplies. Despite the peaceful surroundings, some survival habits remained ingrained. Better prepared than vulnerable. Outside, Knox's Harley gleamed in the early light, polished and maintained with meticulous care. He performed a quick check of the machine while Glory dressed in layers. The day promised warmth later, but the morning ride would be brisk. Finally ready, Knox swung his leg over the bike, settling into the seat with the ease of a man who belonged there. He looked up at Glory, helmet in hand, sunlight catching the silver at his temples and the scar bisecting his eyebrow. "Ready?" he asked simply. Glory took a moment to absorb the scene, Knox waiting patiently, mountains rising behind him, their cabin standing solid in the clearing. All the pieces of a life chosen, not forced. A life where she was Glory, not Wren or Mrs. Vale or any other mask worn for survival. "Ready," she confirmed, striding toward him with confidence that had become natural again. She climbed onto the bike behind him, arms wrapping around his waist, cheek resting against his back. The position was intimately familiar now, the way they fit together, her front to his back, holding tight but not from fear. From connection. Knox started the engine, its rumble vibrating through them both. He turned his head slightly, voice raised to be heard above the motor. "Where to after the waterfall?" he asked. "Your choice." Glory smiled against his leather jacket, the question itself a gift. Her choice. Her desire. Her direction. "Let's ride," she said, tightening her hold as the bike began to move. "We'll figure it out along the way." Knox nodded, understanding perfectly. They had time now. Freedom. The luxury of unplanned days stretching before them. The motorcycle carried them down the dirt drive, tires gripping the earth as they turned onto the main road. Behind them, their cabin grew smaller in the distance. Ahead, mountains rose against the impossible blue of the Montana sky. The asphalt stretched out like a promise. Not an escape route this time, but an invitation. Not running from, but moving toward. Together, they disappeared around the bend, the sound of the motorcycle lingering in the clear mountain air long after they'd gone from sight. Not an ending, a beginning.